party people, and welcome to the Orbital Platform. My name is GoldenNova, the Lore Laureate, the Explaining Expert, and now we are here looking at my patrons' custom cards. That's right, every month we do this, and we're going to do a little bit into January because we started a little late this time around, but that's the holidays for you. How are we all doing today? I'm seeing Bone King, I'm seeing Shauna, Beelzebub, Zaldreka, Zara, who am I missing? The Wolf is on Fire, Silas. How are we all doing today? I'm doing pretty good. A little sleepy. I'm sorry if my energy's a little low right now. One of my surprise Christmas presents this year is that I now have access to Baldur's Gate 3, and I have been losing a lot of sleep over it. So, but I think it was for a good time. Now, before it started, I wanted to talk about something. Because as stream was starting, there was an auto mod that went off. I think the Wolf was on Fire said something completely innocuous. I think it was like Wog Wog it was. And I'm like, well, that seems strange. I never heard of that before. Maybe the auto mod is being strange, but I'm just going to type in Wog Wog slang. See what that is. It turns out that Wog is, it turns out Wog is, like, a racial slur. So, don't say that. I mean, just avoid that. You've been asked for the track name. For which track? The Master Duel one? Because that one was Climax Theme 11. Is the one that they used for one of the dueling events previously. I think it's still a little too loud. Let's turn that down a little bit. The first track we were watching. Yeah, that's Master Duel Climax Theme 11. It was used for one of the events, but not for normal play. I don't think it's available anymore. Unless it's online. Alright, so for those of you who do not know, I will be bringing on my patrons. They have submitted their custom cards. We're going to run through at least 5 of them, maybe more if we have time. We've got 15 minutes per person because we have a lot of people, more so than usual. There's a lot of submissions, but today we originally had 12 people lined up. Now, thankfully, 3 of them asked for a reschedule, so now we have 9, but this is easily 3 hours worth of custom cards we're going to be talking about just today. So we need to make sure that we are running at a crispy, clean 60 frames per second. So I'm going to catch up on some chat really quickly, and then we're going to go into the chat room, and we're going to talk with Almento, and we're going to talk about their cards, which seem to be based off of one of my favorite video games. The first Dragon waiting. Nova, Shaddolls, and Sue Ships are coming to Duel Links. Good. Especially Sue Ships. Be good to have those around. I got one of the Christmas gifts ever. A flooded basement. That's terrible! I hope you got a return ticket on that one. The heck, that's like slang for a cigarette. You know what's funny? The Wog is also British in origin. I was looking up, so it's the same too. So funny stuff. Funny stuff. Hey Jackalo, how's it going? Alrighty, let's go ahead and bring that music down. And let's head over to the communications platform. Alrighty. And once we have Almento, we will begin. Oh, but first, Quillava Fireblast, thank you for the Prime subscription. Thank you for continuing to join the JeskBot squad and supporting the platform up here. Thank you so much, and I hope you feel better soon. double check all my announcement stuff. I pinged everyone, right? Yes, pings have happened. Guinea pig is sick. He's had a ton of meds. Oh man, well I hope that helps it feel better. Hopefully, a little shimmering scraper will help. Jackalow's requested one, and all of you shall receive its fiendish power. Folks, raise your fists to the screen and receive the power of the shimmering scraper. Powerful stuff. Powerful stuff. Feeling a lot better than I was earlier in the week. I'm glad it's progressing better rather than worse. And the Wolf is on Fire is asking for an orbital platform announcement, which we will gladly acquiesce. The Wolf is on Fire has requested, hello everyone, please do not forget to unt in Ojama. I believe, punt. Please don't forget to punt in Ojama. That also comes from me personally. I didn't need an announcement for that to be told. If you find an Ojama, just give it a swick kick in the speedo. And then 1,000-point redeem from Jackalow for our good boy Trihorn Dragon to say, and I will always love you. I love you. I love you guys. You know I love you, right? Happy holidays. Hope y'all had a good one. Okay, I think that's it for me. Bye-bye. Good kid. Hey Nova, do you think I should bring a Steel Swarm deck for the last tournament I can go to before the ban list goes into effect? I wouldn't recommend anyone take Steel Swarms to anything, to be perfectly honest. Punting Ojamas is pretty much a given. That's good. I'm glad. I'm thinking of some Ojama cards next month. Please don't do that. I will cry. Hand me chug this crazy tea concoction. I'll spare the details, but man, is it effective. It's a modern day poultice. It's a modern day concoction. Okay. Almento, no, wait. Yeah. I know Almento might be a little wonky today because I made a bit of a goof. I set up Saturday for 6 p.m., forgetting that I actually do things during the evening on Saturdays, and I'm supposed to set that for noon, so that was a big hiccup. So we moved Almento over to today, but they might not have scheduled for that. So I'm going to ping them, and then we might move on to the next person, and then we'll get to Almento whenever they are available. Okay, they have sent the message. But Caucustag is super cool. And I agree that the Steel Swarm's designs are peak. The problem is that if cards being cool did well in events, we would be seeing a different spread of success going on. And that is not the case. You can just punt the Ojamas to my lab. They're always welcome. Well, I'm glad that you have the compassion for them. Nova, also Raw Sphere mode and Phoenix mode will also be in the new box. So Raw support no one asked for in the ladder is going to be nuts. Well, we'll see if it does anything. I guess Sphere mode taking out an established board is going to be very funny. Wonder if they'll do some skills for that. Okay, so Almento has been followed up with, but it looks like I haven't gotten a response yet. So Zara, if you are available, we can go ahead and move over to before we move on to Zara, real quick warning here. if there are people who have not played Persona 5 who wants to play Persona 5, when we cover Zera's cards, you're gonna want to leave for, like, I would say 20-25 minutes. I think that's a good amount, because there's gonna be spoilers. There's gonna be Persona spoilers, and you're not gonna want to see them. You're not gonna want to lose the intrigue on that one. Something like Evil Swarms, Matt's Chameleon makes Barone. I don't care about Persona 5. Were those related? Something hilarious about Evil Swarms, Matt's Chameleon makes Barone. Well, Time Tearing Morganite helps them. I guess it does, because it's a normal summon reliant / tribute reliant deck. The problem is that Time Tearing Morganite is a card that helps those decks as long as they draw it turn 1 and then survive to turn 2. And that doesn't happen very often, in my experience with that. In games where you're drawing extra cards with Time Tearing Morganite, you were already winning. Alright, Beelzebub wants everyone to get another Shimmering Scraper. Let's go ahead and everyone raise your fist to the screen. I know you want it. I know you want that little punchy punch. Get that Shimmering Scraper action. And Bernag coming in with the tier 1 sub, joining the Deskbot squad. Bernag, thank you so much. Holy cow. You rock. Thanks for helping out the platform. I thought everyone watched RT games play Persona 5. Well, not me. I don't even know who they are. I need some luck if the weather in Germany gets worse. I might have to go evacuated. Holy cow. Yeah, sending the vibes. I hope that weather calms down. Okay, Zera, if you are... I think I saw you in chat. If you're ready, head on down to guest comms, and we can begin talking about your archetype cards. If you're having problems with it, let me know, and I'll double-check to see if you have your title. Oh, there they are! Hey, Zera, how's it going?
Hello.
How you doing this fine... How are you doing this fine afternoon?
I'm doing good. How was Christmas?
Oh, wonderful! My gifts overflowed, and the jolly was unpalpable. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing my old man voice. So, last call for everyone who does not want Persona 5 spoilers. You have been warned. I will not be held responsible for any spoiled goods you might encounter in all of this, okay? Alright? Alright. Folks, we're talking about Akechi. We're talking about Pancake Man.
Yes.
So, Zera, any intros, any info you would like to give us about why you have decided to make Crow the focal point of today's cards?
First of all, I just was like thinking either I like continue the main cast or I just like use one of the most interesting and like the most asshole-ish character in the story. I was just like interested because like officially he's a part of the Phantom Thieves for like one dungeon, and I just like wanted to highlight how much bullshit he was up to. That's why he's also an illusion monster in this one, because he's not real.
It's just not real.
Nope.
Alrighty, well, then I'll go ahead and get the timer started and we can start covering these cards.
Yeah.
Alright, so we are leading off with Crow, the Righteous Phantom Thief, a level 4 light illusion monster with 400 attack and 1600 defense. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. Thank you. During your main phase, if another Phantom Thief monster is on the field, you can excavate the top 5 cards of your deck, and if you do, you can special summon one excavated Phantom Thief monster and deal 300 damage to your opponent for every Phantom Thief excavated. Also place the rest on the bottom of the deck in any order. You can only use the effect of Crow, Righteous Phantom Thief once per turn. Okay.
Yeah. So he picks up on clues that Phantom Thieves are nearby and digs for them.
Oh,
So if
okay.
another one is on the board, he knows they're nearby and he looks for more.
And I guess the damage is supposed to be like him progressing through the mystery.
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, I dig. Alright, next is Robin Hood, the Heroic Archer. A level, it looks like 9?
10.
Level 9, Light.
Level 9, sorry, level 9, yeah.
Level 9, Light Fairy Pendulum monster with 1600 attack and 2400 defense and a scale of 10. As a pendulum spell, you can only pendulum summon Persona and Phantom Thief monsters while this card is in your pendulum zone. You can destroy this card in your pendulum zone as a quick effect to place a Loki, the God of Mischief, from your hand, deck, or face-up extra deck in your pendulum zone, and return one Persona monster, except this card, from your face-up extra deck to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. As a monster, this card is always treated as a Persona card. When an opponent's monster declares an attack against a monster you control, you can special summon this card in face-up defense position from your hand, and the attacking monster must attack this monster, if able. If this card is destroyed by battle, place it in your pendulum zone. Okay, so it's got a nice little interceptor effect on there that gets the whole pendulum effect started.
Originally, I also wanted to make an illusion with like the same effect, but then I realized it's just the power-crept envoy of the Wax State, which isn't even out yet. So I just decided to just like give it a little bit of a different effect, because otherwise it would just like be a better version of a card that just came out.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I do like the differentiation, because like the personas provide power to their users, but they're not like direct reflections of them. Like they don't do the same things.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. Alrighty, let's move on to our next card. Mementos. The field spell card. It is always treated as a Persona card. Once per turn, if the effects of a Persona or Phantom Thief monster would be negated, you can destroy that monster, then special summon a Persona or Phantom Thief monster from your hand or graveyard. The effects of Persona and Phantom Thief monsters on the field cannot be negated during the battle phase.
Yeah, so this is like a little bit of an idea that I had. So they're mostly battlefield focused, which means like that if you're not in a battle phase, there are like a prime target, because you know the battlefield effects are dangerous, so you want to get rid of them. So this punishes your opponent for trying to preemptively getting rid of them, because you can get rid of the monster and resummon it to avoid the effect of the negate, or summon another one that he wasn't expecting.
Okay.
So you either have to deal with what is on the board right now, or risk getting something worse.
And then once you get to the battle phase, it's just they aren't going to do anything.
Yeah, Mementos is going to be the prime target. Like your opponent wants to destroy it, otherwise, there's going to be issues abound.
All right, okay, that's a pretty good resource idea. I dig. All right. Next up is Crow, the Unhinged Phantom Thief, a level 4 Dark Psychic monster with 1600 attack and 400 defense. You can send a Phantom Thief monster from your hand or field to the graveyard to special summon this card from your hand. Almost as if he's shedding his persona, if you will.
Yes.
At the start of the damage step, if this monster battles an opponent's monster and Joker, the Daring Phantom Thief, is on the field, destroy that opponent's monster. Then immediately after this effect resolves, you can fusion summon a Persona fusion monster from your extra deck using cards from your field and in the pendulum zones as material. You can only use each effect of this card once per turn.
Yeah, so sadly there was no monster type called Psychotic, but I would have taken it if I could.
We're really getting Jungian over here.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's a free monster blaster, and you can summon it for free by loading up your graveyard.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a little teaser because like a fusion personas don't exist yet, but I intend to add them, and like Battlefield like Battle Phase fusion was like a part of the stuff that I wanted to do.
Oh, oh,
And it's also a callback to in the game. I think it's in the DLC where Joker and Crow have they have a Showtime attack together. So that effect only works if both of them are on the field.
okay, okay. All right, last up, Loki, the god of mischief. Another level 9 monster. This time is a Dark Fiend Pendulum with 2400 attack and 1600 defense. As a pendulum spell, once per turn, if a Persona or Phantom Thief monster battles a monster your opponent controls, you can increase that monster's attack by 1200, but reduces its attack to 0 after damage calculation. As a monster, this card is always treated as a Persona card. Once per turn, as a quick effect, you can destroy one card in your pendulum zone and target a monster on the field. Monsters with the same original name as the targeted card have their effects negated until the end of this turn, then place this card in your pendulum zone. Alright, so what was the logic behind this one?
So the original logic behind that is in Persona there is that mechanic of like monsters going psychotic, which like only Loki could do, which increases their attack and reduces their defense.
Okay.
Um, I know that the pendulum effect is kind of underwhelming because like playing around with damage numbers isn't that good, but I thought like 1,200 is like noticeable enough to be impactful, and it can come out of nowhere because there's a funny interaction there. If you get attacked by, I said, like your opponent has like one strong monster and like one decently strong monster, and they want to get rid of one of your monsters with a decently strong monster. You activate Robin Hood from your hand, force your opponent to attack Robin Hood, to destroy it, use its quick effect to get Loki on the field, and boost the other monster.
Okay. Well,
Because because they're all quick effects and can chain into each other.
okay. I dig. And then the 0 attack thing is like now they're out of control and they can't do anything.
Yeah, because like reducing the defense to 0 doesn't really do much in Yu-Gi-Oh. So I was like, okay, that's like a good alternative for like what's it supposed to be.
Okay, okay. Now, what? How does the effect negation factor in?
So the it is like very easy to get Loki onto the field because of Joker, because like he allows you to like summon any kind of persona as
Mm-hmm.
long as he's on the field. Um, and it can be like used to like insulate yourself against like dangerous things that you like don't want to happen. Like if you have like it's like a chain that you can do with those effects, and just like being able to get Loki out and like negate something that otherwise would either your opponent burns the negate on Loki, or you negate them for the rest of the turn. And like stuff like it's good like good bait for Baron de Fleur and whatever. It's like they want to get rid of this, they want to negate that effect, or they're gonna pay for it. And the fact is like if you manage to destroy it, you can use the effect of Robin Hood to get it back, because you can add it back to your hand. So
Okay.
like I want those two to pretty much like play into each other at any given moment.
Yeah, just cycling through all their effects like that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, this sounds like a pretty cool little engine of cards. Gives you some protector, gives you some quick effect negation, removal, searching, all kinds of stuff. I dig. Are there any other combos or interactions that we haven't had a chance to really dig into yet?
I think like the main combo that I talked about is, like I said, is like Robin Hood into Loki, but also the fact that like some, specifically like later, some Persona monsters that I'm gonna add are gonna get like Phantom Thieves are gonna get effects that trigger when they enter the field, which would synergize very well with mementos. So like if your opponent tries to do anything to your established board, you can just like trigger other effects that they were not expecting and just like screw over the plans that way. Because they're thieves. They're supposed to be like unpredictable.
Coming out of the shadows, taking your
Yeah,
stuff.
and it's not like it's completely comes out of left field because either they're in the graveyard and your opponent knows they're there, so they have to be careful of like what is on your graveyard, or they have to be cautious of like how many cards do you have in your hand, because if I have like 5 Phantom Thieves in my hand, I have a lot of options, but if I only have one, I do not. So it's just like the last ace, right?
Which last days?
Who knows? Joker, maybe.
Okay.
When nobody is expecting it, he comes out. Yep.
Alrighty.
I definitely plan on adding more Phantom Thieves, but I'm not sure if the next wave is gonna be immediately next time because it was very funny. I just heard that like a couple minutes before. I was actually like the last few nights just like laying awake in my bed and was like, damn, I wanna buff Steel Swarm. I was like,
Good luck with that.
yeah,
You have my
it's not
blessing.
gonna be easy, but I'm gonna try.
What is with dual terminals most fearsome enemies all being just bad?
I mean,
Who did that?
yeah, I mean, they are bad.
Worms are
You have the
bad.
worms are bad. The Allies of Justice are the good guys. They're still bad.
Just suck eggs.
Yeah, it's like I really want to buff the Steel Swarms without just like turning them into Evil Swarm because well, that's boring. So I'm looking for like if I'm creating like some certain new monsters that are like very easy to fodder to like get your stuff out because like many things really force you to tribute summon. So I gotta see what I can do there without accidentally boosting Monarchs to Hell back. So I gotta be careful that I be like exclusive there.
All right. Well, now that we've gone completely off topic, I
Yeah,
think now might be a good time to unleash the power of the Nova scale.
sure thing.
All right. So, novelty. We have an extension on our Phantom Thief archetype that we've seen over the past few months. Our goal here, as far as these cards are concerned, is to create some kind of resource loop that's specifically about controlling the battle phase. We're gonna make
Yeah, it's
you
like
attack this certain thing, and if you try to retaliate, I'm gonna get big enough to mess with you.
yeah. The thing is, I want it to be like not as like lose or bust like it is with ancient gears, right? Like if ancient gears get into the battle phase, you're screwed. But also like they are very easy to get rid of otherwise. And I want them to be like a more nimble variant of that because like ancient gears just have like one game plan, and though like the Phantom Thieves are supposed to be like an alternative to that like battle focus strategy.
Yeah, once we get to big punch, the game is over. The issue is getting to big punch.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So I think that our novelty we get about a 3. Just some nice battle phase shenanigans. It leans on some things we've seen beforehand, but I think that we have a cool recursion loop that enables that. So I think we got a nice little 3 here.
Yep. That's good.
All right, objectivity. So I think the power level of our cards are fine here. I don't think that any of these are going to go off of the rail. We have, excavate to search, manipulate some battle phase stuff.
So the thing is, like, Robin Hood can be used anywhere. Like he's completely like non-specific. You can play him into any deck and can use his protection effect if you have him in your hand. Uh, the fact is, well, you lock yourself into Persona Pendulums if you do that. So like you at least should have like something to go with if you want to use them at your pendulum zone. But otherwise, you can also use them as like fodder for other cards if you like need to blow something up in the pendulum zone or whatever. But like this monster can be used in way other play loops than the personas themselves. But I don't think he would be too strong on his own.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this effect is that it does keep you from only special summoning the person, or it only keeps you to pendulum summoning personas and phantom thieves, but it doesn't have the text that keeps it from being negated. So you could run this in something like Beyond the Pendulum, negate your scales with its search effect, and then pend whatever you want.
Yes, but it's I think that's like it's like so convoluted that I think it should be fine. It would be like a nice extender as well.
We'll get more into that when it comes to versatility. We'll cover that.
Yeah.
Um, the only objectivity thing that I get stuck on is mementos, because the if a monster's effect would be negated is more nebulous than it sounds. Uh, if it was something like if the effect of a persona or phantom thief monsters, if the activation of their monster effects would be negated, that would be one thing because that's a specific activation condition. But with cards like Infinite Impermanence or Valor, you are negating the monster's effect on resolution, but this is seems like it's supposed to be before it's negated, not like if something that targets it would negate its effects.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like replacing the negate, right? So like it pretty much is like the monster disappears, the negate happens, and then the monster reappears. Like I know it's probably like not completely like worded correctly. Maybe I could have just like said like if it's like targeted by an opponent's effect, even if like it's not a negate or whatever, could be interesting, but I wasn't sure if that was like too strong in that way.
Yeah, that would definitely help. If it said like if the activation of its effect would be negated, or if it's targeted by an effect that would negate it, then you would
Mhm.
have very clear cut like these are activation conditions in which I can use mementos to swap out my monsters. That's like the only thing I can see though, right? Like I said, the power level here seems fine. There's like a minor problem solving card text issue, so I'm giving it a 4 in objectivity. It's a really solid series of cards.
Nice.
All right, so versatility. We have a high scale and we have a low scale. And like we were saying previously, the high scale can be negated, so we can put this into anything. That being said, I hesitate to think of a deck that runs level 9 monsters that are desperate for a 10 scale that much to get their monsters out.
Uh,
Deskbots already have like plenty of 10 scales. We don't need it. I know it locks us out, but we're not going to play Robin Hood to do it.
so one thing that I just remember that could work is like, does Loki also lock yourself out, or did I not do that?
Loki does not have it, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
because you can use if you use 3 persona pendulums, you can sprinkle them into anything because you can always use Robin Hood as a hand trap, blow it up as soon as it comes into your pendulum zone, and get Loki for it. So you get a 1 scale.
So
But
it's a
you
lot of
need
good
a
stuff.
third monster to return from the graveyard for the effect to resolve. For a return from the extra deck.
Got it.
So you could use those together as an engine, but like you need at least 2 or 3 pendulum persona monsters for that to work.
And then we'd still need the negate if we wanted to pendulum summon anything that was not these monsters.
Yeah.
Um, outside of that, outside of those interactions, these cards seem particularly insular. They're all about Phantom Thieves and Persona stuff.
Yeah.
So I think our versatility here is gonna be a 2. It's a 1 just because a lot of the stuff is its own, and there's some slight splashing that we could do depending on the circumstances.
Yeah.
Not widespread, but we could do it. All right. That moves over to awesomeness. Folks, what can I tell you? It's a 5. It's Pancake Boy has now been archetyped. I think the ways the effects reflect the characters and their powers was really clean, really good stuff. I love it. Good
I'm
execution.
not.
5 and
I
awesomeness.
personally, I'm not quite happy with the pendulum effect from Loki, because I know it just like feels kind of tacked on because it is like nothing really unique. But I couldn't think of anything else to really like hammer home like what Loki is as a persona in the game. So if anybody has any better ideas, I'd be all ears for it.
Eh. Go to the Discord, folks. Commence conversation. Send Zara your feedback. Remember to be respectful about it. But yeah, send them your feedback. Alrighty. Anything else you want to talk about these before we move on to our next guest?
Um, just one more thing. If I would add like another bench, what would you like to see? Because you played the game.
Okay, so we've done this. We did the we haven't done the base personas yet. Have we focused on anyone else yet?
We
We have
only
all
got
these.
we got Ryuji and Joker, and we got Crow as like characters, and we got Futaba. Um, there are still a lot of options, and like if you have anything that you personally prefer, I can think if I can like work about around that.
So my two favorite characters are Makoto and Haru. So whichever either of those you want to put your efforts towards, I would love to see either of those.
Both. Okay.
Sick.
I'll see what I can do.
Awesome. Well, hey, it's been great, Zara. Thank you once again for sending over your cards and for supporting the channel. I super appreciate it. Have yourself a good day, all right?
Have yourself a good day too, and Happy New Year
Happy
soon.
New
Yeah.
Year!
See ya.
Bye bye! Okay, everyone that was worried about Persona spoilers can now re enter the chat. We're now back. Ignore the pancakes that showed up randomly, they have nothing to do with any of this. Let's go ahead and pivot over to this one. And hey, guess what? It's Almento. How's it going?
Hello.
How you doing
Can
today?
I get a screen share?
Yeah, let me go ahead and get that activated.
I just want to say that um all of the art on these cards, with the exception of exactly the main cauldron, like the cauldrons that do have art, I actually captured these in game with the game's photo mode.
Oh, sick. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
but I also wanted to wanted you to stream me the capture and as big as you can get, because I want to see you as well.
Oh, right. Let me, swapsies. Zada. Zada. Cat goes as big as possible. Swap this. Change window. Okay, there we go.
Think you can make it a little bigger?
Let me see what I can manage here. I want to squish the. There it goes. Squishing down. Get that.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, how's that?
Yeah, also if you want to click on the second to last fusion monster, just really quick.
Thunderdraw?
Yeah, so I said that all of these I captured in game with with the game's photo mode, right?
Uh huh.
This is the only pose in the entire game where you can get the entirety of Thunderjaw in a 1-to-1 aspect ratio.
Oh, wow.
This is the only way you can get all of Thunderjaw in one picture.
Outrageous. Yeah, folks, those of you who don't know, Thunderjaw is a bastard to fight. So I imagine they
Yeah.
didn't want to sit still very often for photo
Yeah.
time.
No, it's more that he's just really long. Like
Uh,
that dude's the longest thing in the game.
Big Kretcher.
Yeah. So
Uh,
you're aware of Horizon?
oh, I love Horizon Zero Dawn. Now,
That is awesome.
for the record, for everyone, I've only played the first game. I don't know anything about. I know
Good
they made a
news.
second
These
one. Did they make a third
good
one?
news. Still have I.
Oh, okay. So we're just
Um.
doing game one. Okay, good.
Yes. Forbidden West is actually getting a PC release next year.
Sick.
So yeah, I'll get to play it. You should be able to have a chance to play it.
Yes, so for
Uh,
those of you who don't know, Horizon Zero Dawn is a story in the far-flung future of our very own Earth, a post-apocalyptic setting where we follow Aloy, a huntress fighting against a number of different mechanical creatures that litter planet Earth that are all very animal-like. They're all modeled after deers,
I wouldn't say
velociraptors.
litter.
I don't know, man. Like all this metal is out here in nature, just kind of laying around.
I mean, all these machines are kind of like their purpose is to be exactly the opposite of litter.
Fair enough, fair enough. So it appears that our cards today are focusing on these creatures. Almento, do you have any preface or information about these that we want to talk about before we go into the particulars?
No, Zero Dawn is an archetype of light machine fusion monsters. They have very monster combos, spam the field with a lot of materials, which comes at the cost of the fact that they don't get to use their hand as fusion materials.
Oh, that's a pretty good place to fuse from.
Instead, they fuse entirely from the field and the graveyard
Which
by
is one of the best
banishing
places.
material. Yes, by banishing materials.
Away.
Yep. So, as I mentioned, we should start with the first hostile enemy you find in the game, Zero Dawn Watcher. I believe he is the last monster card in the list.
Da, 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 da. There we go. Yeah.
Yep.
Zero
If you
Dawn.
control a,
Oh,
yep.
please.
If you would like to go ahead.
Certainly. It is a level 3 light machine monster with 1400 attack and defense. If you control a Zero Dawn card, you may special summon this card from your hand. If you control no other Zero Dawn Watcher monsters, you may special summon one Zero Dawn Watcher monster from your hand or deck. If your opponent summons a monster while you control this face-up monster, you may special summon a Zero Dawn monster from your hand. You can only activate each effect of this card once per turn.
Right. So I also wanted to include it in Watcher's little overview. Can we go look at Red Eye Watcher, who's the third?
Third. There we go. Okay, Zero Dawn Red Eye Watcher. This card is always treated as a Zero Dawn Watcher monster. Very good.
Listed as as if it were an archetype, not a name replacement.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, uh-oh, Red Dawn Watcher means it's not a Watcher, but no, you figured it out.
Yep.
All right. Level 4, Light Machine, 1600 attack, 1400 defense. If you control a Zero Dawn card, you may special summon this card from your hand. Once per turn, special summon a Zero Dawn Watcher monster from your hand or deck. You cannot summon monsters from the extra deck other than fusion monsters the turn you activate this effect. If your opponent activates a monster effect while you control this face-up monster, add a Zero Dawn monster from your deck to your hand.
So yeah, Zero Dawn Watcher and Zero Dawn Red Eye Watcher function as a very crucial backbone to the deck. Something that you want to try to interrupt if you can, but it's low impact, so you're not actually losing out on a lot by getting it interrupted.
Yeah, it sounds to me you want to get regular Watcher out first.
Right.
Use its effect to get Red Eye.
Mm-hmm.
Use Red Eye's effect to get another Watcher out of your deck.
Yep.
Presumably another Red Eye. That way you can make a rank 4. And then...
because you are fusion locked, you cannot make a rank 4.
You can't do that. Okay, you just get another one on board. And then anytime your opponent special summons something, then Watcher gets to drop something else out of the hand. And correct me if I'm wrong.
Both of them will function as if you have both of them on field and your opponent special summons a monster, they base functionally act as E-Tally.
That's outrageous. Very powerful. And if correct me if I'm wrong, seems like it's supposed to mimic the fact that if they spot you, they start bringing in everyone else from around the area.
Yep, that is exactly what it's meant to do.
Hell yeah.
Do we want to look at Shellwalker?
Yeah, let's find Shellwalker. Boom. Okay. The crabs! The crabs! These are my favorite. I love these guys.
Yep.
Zero Dawn
They're
Shell.
actually incredibly important.
Well, alright. Level 6 light machine monster, 1800 attack, 3000 defense. You can special summon this card from your hand by banishing a Zero Dawn monster on your field or in your graveyard. If you do not control a Zero Dawn Cauldron, you may add one Zero Dawn Cauldron card from your deck to your hand. This card is unaffected by the effects of cards in this card's column. You'll activate each effect once per turn.
So, I mentioned this in the Patreon chat. I've actually had a chance to playtest these cards.
Mm-hmm.
It being unaffected in its own column did come up. Because what you can do is you can guess that your opponent has an imperm and summon this card to the imperm column.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a spell or trap card, so I don't think the imperm column, unless I'm missing something.
No, because you summon it to the imperm's column, it's in the column that imperm is in. It's unaffected by imperm.
Oh, okay. But you're summoning in response to the activation of infinite impermanence?
No, just the idea of, like, if you suspect your opponent has a face down imperm.
You put it in there, and then okay. Now I'm picking up on the wavelength.
All right, so we can go ahead and look at the first Cauldron, which is the first spell card.
Alrighty, Zero Dawn Cauldron, continuous spell card. Once per turn, you may fusion summon a Zero Dawn fusion monster by banishing monsters you control or in your graveyard. You can only activate the following effects once per turn. When this card is activated, add a Zero Dawn monster from your deck to your hand, and during the end phase, you may shuffle up to 3 of your banished Zero Dawn monsters into your deck. Yeah, this card seems ridiculous.
So it's got tanky, it is the fusion spell, and at the end of the phase, you can recycle materials.
Yeah, so this whole banishing thing, we're just recycling. It's fine.
Right. Not all of the Cauldrons shuffle back 3. Only this one does.
So what you're saying is that all of them recycle some amount of cards.
All of them will return some amount of materials to some location. For example, I think Sigma, if you have a face-up banished Zero Dawn card, it adds a card from your banished to your hand. And I think Cauldron Z, I think that's the destroyed one. It will send a Zero Dawn card that is banished to your graveyard.
Alrighty, well, yeah, this seems like a pretty key card for it. We're gonna want to get this.
Yes. Right. So we can either look at Behemoth or Sawtooth. Behemoth is the first fusion monster. The Sawtooth is the one that lists 3 cards in the deck for some reason.
Alrighty, let's do Behemoth. Real quick though, Acetone, thank you so much for joining in and correctly identifying me as the Bolden Bova. Alright, Zero Dawn Behemoth, level 10 light machine fusion monster, 2600 attack, 3000 defense, requiring a level 5 or higher Zero Dawn monster plus a Zero Dawn monster. When this card is fusion summoned, return a banished Zero Dawn monster to the graveyard. As a quick effect, to return a Zero Dawn Cauldron card on the field to your hand, or add a Zero Dawn Cauldron card from your deck to your hand. Zero Dawn Cauldron cards you control are unaffected by your opponent's monster effects. You can only activate this effect once per turn. Wow, that's nutty. So you get to reactivate a Cauldron, whether you're recycling one you have or you get a new one, and then your opponent can't. I suppose Ash them. Your opponent can't Ghost Ogre them.
Correct.
It's wild.
Would you believe? Would you believe that this used to be stronger?
Um, hardly, but I wouldn't put it past you.
I used to have it return 2 materials. Yeah, I very quickly realized that was a bad idea. Which also comes into the 3 material level 12s.
Oh joy.
The intention of the transports is to benefit the transport class machines is to benefit performing higher level fusion summons.
That makes sense.
Behemoth being the strongest one is supposed to function as a bridge to make it easier, but not free, and it used to make it free. Because not only did it return 2 materials to the graveyard, it also reset the fusion spells.
Wow. Wow.
But yeah, after adjusting that, it made it so that other machines performed a little better. We should talk about one of the level 12s real quick. We've got Fireclaw, we've got Thunderjaw, and we got Stormbird.
I think after we went through all the effort to talk about Thunderjaw, we gotta do Thunderjaw, right?
Alright.
Alright.
Thunderjaw has a very interesting mechanic behind him.
Oh joy. Acetone, I'm so stupid. I thought this was a Halo archetype until just now. I mean, look. If you look at all the metal in both a Halo and a Zero Dawn game, they're like the same pixels. I'm pretty sure they recycled them. Like 343 threw them out, and Gorilla was like, all right, those are my mouth sounds for the stream.
343 certainly threw a lot out.
And we're all very happy with all the decisions they made on that.
This is sarcasm, correct?
yeah. Big slash.
I
S
just
at the
need
end
to.
there.
I need to confirm that because I legitimately hate everything 343 has done to Halo except the gameplay.
Hey,
343 gameplay has been phenomenal. I hate everything else.
Which is so wild because, like, Halo, I mean, of course, the gameplay was a huge part of it, but, like, people love the story.
Can we pause the timer while doing this? Because this is a tangent.
You're right. Anyway, Zero Dawn, Thunderjaw, Light, level 12, Fusion Monster, 3500 attack, 2800 defense, requiring a level 8 or higher Zero Dawn monster plus 2 Zero Dawn monsters when this card is special summoned or during your standby phase. Plays up to 3 disc drone counters on this card, maximum 3. This card cannot be destroyed, just at all, no destroying. Yeah. You can remove any number of disc drone counters from this card as a quick effect to apply one of the following effects. Destroy a number of cards your opponent controls up to the number of disc drone counters you removed from this card, or special summon a number of Zero Dawn disc drone tokens, which are level 6 machine monsters with 2500 attack and 2000 defense, up to the number of disc drone counters you removed from this card. Destroy those cards during the end phase. You can only activate each effect of this card once per turn.
Yeah, so this is what I mentioned, what I meant by he has a little bit of an interesting mechanic behind him. The disc drone count, he is theoretically 3 destructions in a turn.
Yeah.
You can fire him off to get 3 destructions. You have to manage his ammunition.
Yeah, no, that seems pretty good.
Because during your standby phase only means that until your next standby phase, the amount of disc drone counters he has is how many you have to use until the next standby phase. Now, Thunderjaw is an OTK machine.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like what you want to be doing is if you go first, you turbo out Thunderjaw ASAP, and then you hold the removal for your opponent's turn. And then at some point,
when it comes to actually being a presence on the field, Fireclaw is actually better. Because Fireclaw has a very interesting negate on him.
Well, we'll have to get into that ASAP once we're done here.
Right.
But yeah, it does sound like you could do that, hold the removal, and then like burn it up during your opponent's end phase. And then on your turn, you get the 3 counters, make 7,500 damage worth of tokens, and then rush in for you.
Right. Also, you might have noticed there is a like a skipping beat to these level requirements on the monsters. You need the level 4s and lowers to make the level 8s. You need the level 8. You need the level 6s to make the level 10s. You need the level 8s to make the level 12s.
Yeah, it has like certain requirements that the fusions can help you get to because they progressively get higher in level.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Alrighty.
Okay, so we can talk about Sawtooth or Fireclaw.
Let's check out Fireclaw. I want to see what that option is. So,
All right.
Fireclaw, level 12, light fusion, 3300 attack, 3300 defense, same fusion requirements as Thunderjaw. This fusion summons monsters unaffected by your opponent's card effects unless they target this card. If this card is targeted by a card or effect, as a quick effect, for the remainder of the chain, this card is unaffected by all other card effects. If your opponent has activated the effect of a monster on the field this turn, you can negate a card effect activated on your opponent's side of the field, and if you do, destroy that card and inflict 2,000 damage to your opponent. You can only resolve each effect of this card once per turn.
So basically, Fireclaw has an effect that allows it to become a tower to one effect each turn.
And then it's already a towers anything that doesn't target it.
Right. But it is a
Filthy.
total towers against one effect per turn guaranteed.
Okay, okay.
And it has a Pegasus Twin Sabers style negate if your opponent has basically played into thrust.
Haha! You fool!
So yeah, that's what I was saying about an interesting negate.
And you were correct.
Yeah.
Alrighty, and what was the other one you wanted to...
Defensively,
Oh,
what?
sorry, go ahead.
Sawtooth.
Sawtooth. Okay. Sawtooth, level 8 light fusion machine monster, 2500 attack, 2000 defense, requires any 2/0 Dawn monsters. You can fusion summon this card from your extra deck by banishing the above listed material from your field, so you don't even have to use a fusion effect for these.
Right. The logic behind this is Sawtooth was the first combat machine to make an appearance.
Okay,
So,
okay.
you don't need a cauldron to make him.
No, they were already out there.
Sawtooth was the first dedicated combat machine, I believe.
If your opponent controls a monster, you may special summon a level 4 or lower 0 Dawn monster from your hand or deck. And if you control a 0 Dawn card other than this monster as a quick effect, target a monster your opponent controls and just destroy it. Just get it out of here. Now that's removal.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, I dig. I like that it's a contact fusion.
Yep.
It banishes, but of course we have things that recycle that kind of stuff. And then,
Right.
like you were saying previously, it's level 8 material that helps get us into our big boss monsters just in case.
Yep.
I like a lot.
Yeah. And it's like, it's just removal. You just destroy it. However, it's a targeted destruction, which is kind of which requires another monster on field to activate.
And if your opponent has a monster, Sawtooth just gets it for free.
Right.
So it's like a self-contained little combat guy, and having that in any stage of the game is fantastic, especially as a quick effect.
Correct.
Holy cow.
Yep.
Alrighty. Well, that's a pretty cool suite of cards. Are there any interactions or synergies we haven't had a chance to talk about?
I would have liked to bring up the demonic or corruption eclipse the deck has, but we had a time.
Well, there's not a rule saying you can't bring him for next time, so maybe we can we can follow up on the rest of these cards on a future segment.
Yeah, maybe. I also spent
there,
time.
Is there anything that they do? Like, there's everyone's favorite light machine archetype, Cyber Dragons. Has there been any testing on how it overlaps with them?
I mean, Chimera Tech Fortress.
Steel.
Technically, if you can get a a cauldron on field, none of these guys actually demand a normal summon. All the level 4s can special summon themselves so you control a Zero card.
Ooh.
So if you can get a Cauldron on field, you can get all of them out for free. Stalker, oh, I wish I could have talked about Stalker because he's really cool. He's a low investment card with a pretty high impact.
And we love decks that have buy low, sell highs.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, for what we've seen though, let me go ahead and bring out the Nova scale and we'll see how it all stacks up.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Okay, so novelty. How original are the cards that we are seeing here? Machine is kind of the archetype, not the archetype, but the type of the spit a bunch of monsters out and see what happens with them. It spans almost every summoning type, from Synchro to Xyz. I think
I
it's
feel
really
like
those two. They kind of
Machine
exist in other
Synchro
ones.
is a little weaker.
Oh,
I feel like Chimera Tech on its own just makes fusions a little notable for machines.
that's true. That is true.
But I feel like machine realistically it is Chimera Tech, it is Trains, and it is Infinitrack.
Yeah, those are some big ones.
Those are and I mean Machina's around, but not Machina's not a specific kind of summoning mechanic.
Yeah, it's taking up the weird,
It brings its big guys from its hand.
the strange main deck special summoning condition
Right.
monsters. They really got to make a
Right.
name for those things. We can't keep calling
Right.
them Nomi monsters. Anyway, so we get them on the board. We use them as material to make big F off monsters that deal a lot of damage and destroy a lot of things.
Right.
Which is the characteristic of these.
Right.
So we have to focus more on how they accomplish this as opposed to what they're accomplishing. And I think the cauldrons are a pretty cool idea. Like they're literal factories that you're building to construct your monsters, which isn't something that if I can remember this incorrectly, please someone remind me. But it feels like we don't actually have dedicated continuous or field spells that emulate the idea that you are building these creatures out of material to make them. And I think that's a pretty cool idea.
You have the Despia Theater, but I think that's the closest you get.
And honestly, their acting is sometimes a little robotic, so I can kind of see where the confusion would be. But no, I think
Union Hanger.
well, that's where they all hang out. They're not making them there. That's just a little pad. They're kind of like just cozying. So I think, and insofar as that, I think we can give it a 3. I like we're still doing things that are usual machine stuff, but I like the way that it's being framed here.
Right.
Objectivity. What are these cards' power levels? Are there problem-solving card text? Correct. I believe all the problem-solving card text we looked at was fine. I didn't see anything that jumped out at me. Our contact fusing text is good. The Red Eye Watcher condition text on here was implemented correctly. Thunderjaw's effect is cool and seems formatted correctly. The Fire Claw is strange because we've never had a condition that says an effect can only resolve once per turn.
Right.
Which implies that you could activate the effect as a chain block or as a way to stop something like Lovely Lady from getting its ability to replace a normal trap card, but then you just don't get the effect.
Right.
I'm not sure how that actually
also
works.
To be honest, one, the negate effect is not a chainable effect. So so that is not an activated effect, it's just an effect that resolves. And the effect that you could activate proactively can only activate if your opponent does something to allow it to activate.
That is true. That is
because
true.
it has to target the card to allow you to activate it. So theoretically, if it had any other reactive effect, sure that would come up. But for the most part, your opponent can play in such a way that you can't use it in such a way. If they're worried about that.
That is true. A lot of these would not come up in those scenarios.
Right.
I'm gonna go ahead and put a 5 on here. I think I have my misgivings about using the terminology resolve down here.
I
but
literally
because there's
only
no,
did
like,
that. I think I did that because I wanted to have the initial like chainable effect, be that you literally can you guarantee that Fire Claw can blink one effect targeting it per turn.
Yeah, just one.
Fire Claws, you've got Stormbird is maneuverable and usable. Uh, uh, you got Thunderjaw, which is just smashing through stuff, and Fireclaw is he's sitting there and he's brawling.
Just getting a tussle.
Fireclaw should be best in a prolonged engagement because he's gonna shorten that engagement.
So
Because
yeah,
2K burn.
it's in the game.
Right.
So yeah, so I have my misgivings on that, but there's no precedent for it, so I can't say one way or the other. So we'll give it a 5 on that one.
Right.
Versatility. Now we did have a lock when it came to only using fusion monsters for the turn earlier. But thankfully we have a ton of really good fusion decks. Branded. I'm pressing my branded button. Beep 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 beep. A ton of monsters that are fusion monsters that are level 8 or higher. Lubellion is here. Cartesia is here to help.
So I think the Cauldrons can only make Zero Dawn monsters, but Branded putting yes. You can theoretically make Branded Albion using Branded Fusion, I guess.
You can do that. You could make Lubellion with it as well. Lubellion shuffles back materials to make, I think,
no dark monsters in the deck.
Lowers. There's no dark monsters in the deck, but if you're playing Branded Fusion, you're teching in some Despia stuff, maybe some Bestials, and all of these are already lights. So like you were saying, we can dump these for free if there's any with any relevant grave effects. Heck, just as grave material for Cauldrons.
Right.
Excellent stuff. So that all goes to a lot of versatility, which isn't even touching on any light machine stuff that's going on here. Because of course you can play it with stuff like Cyber Dragons. Of course you can play it with maybe not Machinas, because I think those care about Earth machines a lot. But it's still machines. You can still pitch them for things like Fortress. I think there's actually a lot of versatility to be found in here. I'm giving it a 4. There's a lot you can do here. And then 5. It's Horizon Zero Dawn. One of the coolest action-adventure games that you can be playing right now. It has an amazing conceit. I love the combat. I love stripping away all the parts. And I love how these monsters, once again, a really good usage of Yu-Gi-Oh's mechanics to reflect the monsters. I gotta give it a 5.
Right. Do you remember why they're called Zero Dawn monsters?
Because that's the name of the operation whenever they reset stuff.
Operation Zero Dawn. They are the machines of Operation Zero Dawn.
Because they're going to recycle the planet. It's a new dawn.
Right.
Alrighty. So, yeah, 17 on the Nova scale. It's no 0, but I hope that you will enjoy the number 17 as well. Thank you so much for presenting these. I super appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, now it's time for me to go make the Kopesh card and see how that stacks up.
I was debating making that, but I don't really know what I want to do with that. You can see hints at it if you look at the corruption version, but I'm not exactly sure what I want to do. They're definitely not going to be called Zero Dawn because I called them Zero Dawn cards intentionally.
Yeah, because that's their own separate thing.
Right. But yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And I will talk to you later, alright?
Monster Hunter is also very good.
It is also very good.
If you enjoy Monster Hunter, you'll probably enjoy. I mean, there's not as much melee.
it's like if you enjoy fighting like nature creatures, that's where the overlap is. There's not as much
Right.
like super prep work in Horizon Zero Dawn as there is in Monster Hunter. But if you're someone who doesn't like that aspect of Monster Hunter, but you still want that grand epic combat, Zero Dawn's got you covered.
Yeah.
Unless you want to fight like uh the the big chaos sized monsters, the colossal ones. I don't think we ever
Right.
get any of that in Zero Dawn, but you know,
I was
measure your
so
expectations.
hoping. I was so hoping we'd get a Horus class fight.
Okay, well maybe it's in the sequel. Maybe the sequel we haven't played.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take it easy. Have a good one, okay?
Yeah. I'll debate whether I want to bring these. I want to like bring these back for another round or show off Axel Overdrive, which was an archetype I made about turning manga Yusei's cards into light machine monsters that are simply categorized as oops all tuners.
Oopsie! We spilled the vanadium balls everywhere. Quick, pick them up.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, take care. I'll see you later.
Yep. You too.
Alrighty. Fantastic. Okay, we've been streaming for an hour 15. I got to get some juice in my system. So when we come back, I'm going to get Blitzwolf in here and we're going to cover Blitzwolf's cards. Let me go ahead and put some of these cards up here real quick so that you can take a little bit of a goosey gander at all of those. And I'm going to throw an add-on while we're doing it so that we can get those pre-rolls taken care of. Because if there's anything that we don't like coming into the stream, it's those heckin' pre-rolls. So all y'all hold on to your butts real quickly. I'm going to go get some juice, and I will see all of you in just a second. Bye-bye! Balls mention. Absolutely. I'm always talking about balls. Get my phone to keep an eye on you people. I don't do anything while I'm away. You all didn't behave. I went out to get a delicious treat, a little drink, and you all eldritched it up in here. It's broken now. It's all dancing skeletons as far as the eye can see. Oh God. You're all menaces. Jesus. I said, hi. Well, thank you. Scenario did something good. What did I come back to? Chaos. Utter implacable chaos. I try to run a smooth operating ship here. And then people subscribe to this channel and they abuse their privileges. Why I say bad? I didn't say you were bad. I'm just saying that you abuse the privileges. You're fine. Nomadic Chaos is swinging in here, gifting 2 Tier 1 subs. Thank you so much, Chibi Gohan and Noah Jank. Hope you both enjoy your subs. Noah Jank's gonna randomly show up here and be all like, yo, who gave me a sub? What the fuck, man? Why'd you make Kukui Eldritch thing? I didn't make it. That was the wonderful art stylings of one Blue Bandana Jake, which actually we're going to shout out Blue Bandana Jake as well. Fantastic work. Just wonderful stuff. Go follow them. They sell a lot of their work on, I think it's Gumroad. We picked this up for a steal. It was like $8 for the Eldritch, Jinzo, and Skull Servant versions of this one. I only had a limited number of animation slots, so if you want more of them, I have to, on behalf of Twitch, extort you all for subs. But you know, the more subs we get, the more animated emote slots we can get. So who knows? There's a few Lechonks in there. Lechonk is also a menace. Got an analog pocket retro console that plays GBA, C, and A games. Ooh. Messing with that all week. That's a pretty fun little bonus item. Okay. I've stalled long enough. We still have 7 people left to talk to. Holy cow, we're going to be here for a million years. Blitzwolf, if you are available, please stop on by and we will talk about your combo nation of cards. Let me also double check. You might have sent me like a little something to review, something to talk about. Okay, no, I didn't get anything like that. We're still doing the Eldritch dancing, huh? We're still doing it. Fine, do it. See what I care. I guess because they'll be here for a millennia. Aha! 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 All these golden twinks are lacking my screen loader. You're actively damaging the experience of another viewer by doing that. You can say this is a golden age. Nomadic Chaos, thank you for gifting another 2-1 sub to Blue Blaze 2018. And Balxer9, thank you so much for following here. While we're in the middle of a infestation of Eldritches, just an unfortunate pile of golden garbage. I'm gonna eat this microphone one of these days. I'm just gonna get so into the bit that I'm just gonna consume my audio equipment. Alrighty. Blitzwolf might not be here. I'm gonna go ahead and give him a ring-a-ling, and then we'll move on to our next person. Da, 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 no, no. Okay. Blitzwolf has been informed. We will go ahead and put them on the back burner for now. They might not be ready. So, Rebel King Lucifer, if you are here, feel free to join in chat and we will begin covering your cards. Sometimes I dream of the golden twink. You better be talking about Eldritch. Although I would never classify him as a twink. I wouldn't classify me as a twink, so it can't be either of us. It has to be some third other twink. And I think I know exactly what twink you're talking about. 1 second. Let me go grab them really quickly.
Notice me!
No! How's it going?
How dare you? How you doing, buddy?
I'm onto your little game here.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Hey. I'm all up on learning about the bacterial theory of infection. Don't you dare tell me I don't know nothing. That's right. That's a little extra history reference for all my extra history watchers out there. Anyway.
My God, he's growing stronger.
Anyway, I promised everyone that I would show them the golden twink really quickly, that they were referring to, and I've got them right here. They're of course referring to the Magic the Gathering card, Tassiker the Golden Fang. Look at that. Look at that twink. Look at that.
Goodness gracious, look at that twink.
Look at him. Okay, so we're done with that. We're finished. I'm skipping over that chapter of my existence. How are you doing, Rebel King Lucifer? How are you holding up today?
You know what? I suppose I'm doing all right. 2024 is fast approaching.
Oh boy,
No.
I can't wait for the 4th sequel to 2020. God.
Oh yeah, no, really. A lot better than the 10 prequels we got.
Anyway, happy smiles here on the Orbital platform. Big day. So, new cards from you. It looks like it's a bit of a departure from the norm. What you got for us today?
Well, you see, it's interesting because it's a departure from the norm in that well, we're doing the same exact bullshit we've been doing the past couple months.
That's right. There we go.
Okay. So this batch was interesting to cook up. So I decided I wanted to expand the design space a teeny tiny bit, right? So I went and I said, hey, let's go and adapt like those two funny vanguards that kind of exist in their on their own. They don't really have their own like dedicated ride line or anything. They have some support, but like they're kind of like one-off boss guys. So we got one of them today, and well, I also use this as an excuse to just go ahead and expand the corruption, and adapt another Vanguard mechanic.
Fantastic. You love to see it. Eventually we will get Nova Alchemy in on this one, and we will create the crossover event of Corrupted Vanguard.
Oh God.
And it'll be over for everyone.
Yeah. It really will. But yeah, so the idea here was to adapt one of those independent Vanguard bosses. The other one is coming soon, probably. But the general design choice I went with was, yeah, we're just gonna making generic support for the riot ability.
Okay, all right. Well, let us not tarry on any further. Let's go and check these out. We're leading the pack with Persona Ride, a normal spell card. You can only activate one Persona Ride per turn, and you cannot normal or special summon other ride monsters the turn you activate this card. During your main phase, target one ride monster you control. Special summon a ride monster with the same original name from your hand, deck, or extra deck by stacking it on top of that targeted monster. And if you do, draw a card. Also, all monsters you currently control gain 500 attack until the end of the turn. If special summoned from the extra deck, this is treated as a special summon using its proper procedure. So as far as I'm aware, Persona Riding is that mechanic where you've reached the top grade and you just stack it again and it gives you like that 10,000 bonus across your board. Is that right?
Yeah, so that is, yeah, you ride a same named Vanguard once you're at grade 3. And which excuse me, at which point grade 3s will have the Persona Ride ability. But yeah, you do that, you draw a card, and then your entire front row just for the turn gets 10k.
Alrighty.
It,
Um,
oh, let me see. There we go. Okay.
and that seems like a
So
good way to utilize that here because all the previous ones just have a summoning condition for their previous level. This spell card allows you to rewrite on top of the same monster. So that's pretty cool.
yeah, so the reason, yeah, so there's kind of a reason I've only just now addressed Persona, right? Mostly because when I was designing the previous things, right, there wasn't a whole lot of reason necessarily to incorporate it, right? Because a lot of the previous like Vanguards I've been adapting, right, Nirvana, Zorga, Seraph, right, they don't necessarily utilize the Persona Ride mechanic itself. More so, they just have effects that happen to synergize if you Persona Ride,
Okay.
right? So like Nirvana kind of having the ability to, like, restand your overdressed units, benefit from just being able to give your front row 10k so that your columns are a little bit better on those double attacks. Seraph just being a control deck like that likes to put pressure on the opponent, can benefit from having the extra card for some resources, but also the extra power, etc. Right? It's not until now where it's kind of become sort of relevant that I address Persona Ride, so we're addressing it.
Yeah, we're setting the groundwork now so that in the future we have this in on hand. Okay.
Yeah. Whether or not this becomes like a sort of a thing that extends beyond this batch of cards is kind of beyond me, but like the possibilities are there. So
We'll
be afraid.
see. Alrighty. Next up, we have Starting Magic Star Lily, a level 4 light spellcaster monster with 1300 attack and 1100 defense. You can only use the second effect of this card once per turn. When a card or effect is activated that targets Sword Saint Knight Dragon Graham Grace and or a monster that mentions it as a quick effect, you can send this card from your hand or field to the graveyard to negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. If this card is sent to the graveyard from anywhere other than the deck, you can activate one of these effects. You can target a light monster in your graveyard that mentions Sword Saint Knight Dragon Graham Grace, except a copy of this card, and special summon in defense position, or add a Persona Ride from your deck to your hand. An effect that is triggered if you use that protection effect, I believe.
Yes, it is a thing that can happen.
Swish. So we get to recycle a card or get that Persona Ride, and then it's a hand trap for stuff. I can think of worse support cards for decks. Having like what protection with upside is huge for tempo.
Mhm.
All right, next we have Incision Angel, a level 5 light fairy ride monster, 2000 attack, 1500 defense. You can special summon this card from your hand or deck at the start of your standby phase by stacking it on top of a level 4 or lower light monster you control. Ooh, it's not just a specific one. Interesting. Once while face up on the field, when a card or effect is activated that targets Sword Saint Knight Dragon Graham Grace and or monsters that mention it, that you control. As a quick effect, you can negate the activation, and if you do, this card gains 500 attack. And if a light monster is stacked on top of this card, you can draw a card, then discard a card. This card seems amazing.
Yes.
It like should
That is
legit
a word
see
for it.
play in every light deck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is kind of the idea. This is just like mildly the idea. Yeah, this is meant to be like sort of a generic vanguardification that can be stuck into pretty much whatever light deck.
Don't you want to
Very
play
interesting.
Vanguard now? The answer is yes. You're having an Incision Angel now. Deal with it. Alright.
Yep.
Next up is okay. Divine Sister Gateau Basque. I'm getting
Correct.
destroyed. What?
Correct.
That
You got it.
that was right?
Yes, Divine Sister Gato Basque.
Wow, incredible. I'm safe from the French for another day. Okay. You can special summon... Oh, it's a level 6 light fairy ride monster. 2400 attack, 1000 defense. You can special summon this card from your hand or deck at the start of your standby phase by stacking it on top of one light ride monster you control with one or less cards stacked underneath it. Once while face up on the field, when a card or effect is activated that targets SSKDG... No, that sounds terrible. I'm going to say Sword, Saint, Knight, Dragon, Graham Grace, and or monsters that mention it that you control. It's a quick effect. You can negate the activation, and if you do, this card gains 500 attack. And during either player's standby phase, you can special summon a light ride monster from your hand or deck using their own procedure. Huh.
And so the idea with that is it doesn't come across, it doesn't quite come across with wording. But yeah, it basically says, yeah, you can just do the ride summon like during either turn now. Go nuts.
That seems pretty cool, actually. I dig that. Now, the rest of the card just sounds like it's another Incision Angel, though. That's, like, bigger. Am I missing anything on that? Like, this whole second effect?
No.
Okay. Hey, which is...
Yeah, no, you're pretty much on the money. Yeah, it's not meant to be fancy. Like I said, this is just sort of generic stuff.
And honestly
So.
fair. It's just a bigger upgraded version. They made the Link Infernoble Knight Charles. It's kind of the same thing here. It's valid.
Yeah,
Okay, here it is. Here's the one that we've been talking about so far. Folks, get ready for Sword Saint Knight Dragon Graham Grace, a level 8 light dragon ride monster with 2800 attack and defense. You can only use the third and fourth effect of this card once per turn. You can special summon this card from your hand or deck at the start of your standby phase by stacking it on top of one light ride monster you control with two or more cards stacked underneath it. If this card is special summoned with Persona Ride, all monsters you currently control gain 500 attack until the end phase, effectively doubling Persona Ride's attack bonus. You can send one card underneath this card to the graveyard to special summon a light monster from your hand. This turn, it gains 1000 attack. Also, it gains the ability to attack directly. At the end of the damage step, if you're a light monster that was special summoned by the effect of above battled, you can stack that monster underneath this card, and if you do, draw a card. This seems outrageous. I love it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So for context,
Yeah.
the idea was how Grand Grey works in Vanguard is, he does this neat little thing where when you use Persona Ride, the power increase is also applied to your back row.
Ooh.
And that plays into his other ability, which is to superior call something from your hand to your back row center rear circle, and it can attack from the back row.
Cool. Now, I understood
And
all
then
of those things except superior calling. What does that entail?
That is effectively just like the equivalent of a special summon. It's basically just you call through like an effect or just something other than just I'm gonna put this card on my board.
See, my understanding is that you can still just play cards out of your hand. So, are there circumstances where you need to like superior call things for better results?
Not necessarily. Like I said, superior call is effectively just, you're calling it through effects and things like that. So like calling from deck with an effect, calling from drop, that sort of thing.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Alrighty. Yeah, that translates, I think, pretty well to us, and that effect is pretty bonkers because it seems like the 3 and 4 effect have this closed loop where you just get to summon a new light monster from your hand every turn, and it deals a boatload of damage, and it's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. In case you haven't noticed, yeah, this is kind of an aggro strategy that we got going on here. You can just slap into a light deck.
Just a little,
So that's
yeah,
fun.
just slap it on there. Just play a couple copies of Incision, Gateau, and Graham Grace, and then you just have some big moss monsters. What? Boss monsters on demand. That's pretty good.
Plausible.
Everyone,
Yeah.
what? Dude, are you okay? Your moss monster music is playing, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh no, not the monster.
Oh man, folks, duck and cover, monsters here. Okay. Next up, we have Bringer of Soaring Wind, Lachette. No, it's Lashed. I think it's Lashed.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be Lacti, but like, don't quote me on that.
Yeah, that all sounds more correct than what I was saying for sure. Okay. It's a level 4 light spellcaster monster with 1700 attack and 100 defense. You can only use the second effect of this card once per turn. If you control Sword Saint Knight Dragon Graham Grace, you can special summon this card from your hand. And during your end phase, if you control a Graham Grace monster, you can tribute this card. Then target a level 5 or higher light monster that is in your graveyard or stacked underneath a light ride monster you control. Add it to your hand or shuffle it into the deck. If you shuffle it into the deck, draw a card. Neat. Just a free little draw.
Just free resources.
Just free resources. Just have it. Have on us.
Yeah, just no consequences.
No, it's fine. You gotta have your twin tail pink haired anime girl that does damage and gets your resources going. It's a staple of the genre.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's like a law.
Obviously. Okay, we got about 3 minutes here. Are there any of these that we want to focus on before we run out of time?
Let's see. I suppose. Oh my God.
Nova
I
also
like
murdering
this,
the English language. No, I speak English perfectly. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I guess. Fernvale.
Fernbale?
Yeah, for Fernvale.
Fern? Alright, we got Knight of Soaring Blade Fernbale. A level 7 light warrior monster with 2600 attack and 2300 defense. You can only use the second and third effect of this card once per turn. It cannot be destroyed by a battle while you control Sword Saint Knight Dragon Graham Grace. At the end of the damage step, if this card attacked, you can discard this card and target a Graham. You discard one card and target a Graham Grace monster you control. Until the end of this turn, it gains 1000 attack. Also, it gains this effect. If this card attacks, your opponent cannot activate spells or traps until the end of the damage step. Ooh, yay, ancient gear stuff. Now that sounds like one of those like in Vanguard where it's like when this card attacks, give like an extra boost to your Vanguard and then it gets a thing. Is that about right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of the equivalent of yeah, kind of the equivalent of that. Kind of the equivalent of like, oh, they can't call cards of this greater or such to guard with that sort of thing.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, that is a pretty stacked series of cards, which I do say fully understanding the pun. Are there any other synergies or combos that we haven't had a chance to go over that we want to highlight before we move on to the GoldenNova scale?
Let's see. Well, so for obvious reasons, right? It's you can just stick it into basically any light deck that can fit this. Some probably better than others.
For sure, for sure.
Let's see. If the stats on Grand Grace weren't an indication, there is some synergy you can have that can be had with I'm now I'm fucking up the English language. It's great.
Hey, welcome to the club, buddy.
Felgren, Felgren synergy. There's some Felgren synergy that can be had.
Oh,
He's a
okay.
level 8 dragon. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can like toss this batch in there. Yeah, get some more bang for your buck. That's funny. There's funny things, I'm sure.
Yeah, I could definitely see this being played in something like Blue Eyes that's still running things like the Eyes of Blue monsters. And then you can just turn any spare ones on
Mm.
board. Like, you can just Incision Angel on top of one of them and just start going to town. I can see a lot of value in that.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hmm.
Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and crack open that Nova scale and see where these cards land. Alright, so, novelty. As per usual, Ride is a mechanic that is unique to this game. It's from a whole other one, so it's hard to say that there's anything like this in the game. We have some generic light support that's very aggro-based. But I think we can give this a 4 in novelty. I'm getting a lot of like Starry Night vibes, a lot of like level 4 monsters bouncing around, giving value to each other based around a big singleton monster that just goes ham once it's established on the board. So, yeah, big ups to the ride mechanic here. 4 in novelty. Good stuff. Objectivity. So I think that these cards are fine. I think Graham Grace being able to let a monster attack directly is pretty cool. It doesn't give them any additional protections. It makes them a bit more worthy of attacking directly with that additional 1,000, but because it doesn't negate any of the effects of the card, you could just use it for whatever its normal purpose is and go about your day as normal. So it enables things, but it's not necessarily like, oh man, this is going to be the thing that breaks open the format. So I think it's a 5 in objectivity. I think it's just fine. Versatility, like we were saying, any light deck, any deck that splashes low-leveled light monsters that consistently sees it could play this card. Granted, a lot of the support revolves around light, so maybe it doesn't splash as well into decks that just have an incidental light monster, but it still would just see play in those decks if you needed to be a bit more aggro. How widespread it actually would be, I think, is a question of the format. I think we've seen the decline of powerful small value engines over recent years, so it might not actually see play, even though it's capable of being played with them. I think we can give it a 3 in versatility. There's a lot of light decks out there that could potentially run this, so there's a lot of chances. I just don't know if they're going to take advantage of it. And then awesomeness, I think the Graham Grace thing rules. I think the idea of adding the Persona ride here is also really cool. It gives bonuses retroactively to all the archetypes we talked about beforehand. It can let light monsters that otherwise struggle to have a home shine when they get a free summon off of Graham Grace, and you give them more attack stats. I think it's pretty good. So 17. 7 on the Nova scale.
Alrighty.
I dig.
Excellent.
Alrighty. Any other thoughts or anything you want to share before we move on to our next guest?
Yeah, let's see. This won't be the one I do for next month, aka this month. But the one I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna do the other one-off boss. That one's gonna be interesting to try and figure out. But I'm gonna send you a taste of what's to come in the month after, possibly.
R. Oh no!
Here is cool.
Get your dinosaurs hidden. This is gonna be unfortunate. Lucifer, did you perform a fifth
Dude.
summon during the main phase? Oh, that doesn't inspire
Oh.
confidence. All right. Well, thank you for the heads up, and I will talk to you later. All right.
Yeah. I'll see you later then.
See ya. Bye bye. Uh oh. There's some trouble blowing in from the north. It's rock time. Alrighty. Thank you again, Rebel King Lucifer. The Horus engine is seeing play right now. Oh yeah, the Horus engine is definitely seeing a lot of play, but like that engine is just so good, and it accomplishes so much that it does have to be on the level of Horus to be useful, right? Like what? King Sarcophagus gets you free level 8 monsters. It's a discard outlet. It turns those monsters into free removal when they fight something. They each have their own individually powerful effects. Like, the Horus cards do so much, so that's like the only engine that really sees a lot of play. We also need to have a Nova drink button. You don't need a button. I'm drinking all the time. Ah! Alright. Blitzwolf. Blitzwolf, if you are still in chat, or if you are now in chat, let me know and we can get you slaughtered back in. Otherwise, we're going to give it a couple of minutes, and we're going to bring Sir Knight in here, and we're going to talk about Sir Knight's cards. We are doing custom cards. That's right. Every month, I collect the custom cards from my patrons. They allow me to show them off to all of you, and we get to have a heckin' good time looking at them, grading them on a number of different aspects, and just have an all-around jolly time. Just a fantastic little time. Blitzwolf might not be here. They might not be here. We might need to... I don't think they've messaged me back. Yeah, so we will need to... I believe move on to our next presenter. And that'll be Sir Knight. Sir Knight, JCB, if you are here, please make your way to the communications platform. Just to let you know, my cards are in 2 sets for obvious reasons. So once I see them, I'm sure they'll become obvious. Lemon's been sitting in the Patreon chat for at least half an hour. Shout out to their patience. I don't know why I do not see their submission. Lemon, if you're listening to this, I don't see your submission in the chat. If you meant to present today, I guess let me know. Alrighty. Hey! Is that Sir Knight?
No, you got the wrong person. It's Mr. Knight. No, I'm kidding.
Ah, damn it. It's Sir Knight's father, Mr. Knight.
Sorry, yeah. Unfortunately, Sir Knight's gotta go to work soon, but I'll be taking his place instead. How are you doing, Mr. Nova? Is it?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Nova. Thank you for... You're such a supportive parental figure. I'm so happy that Sir Knight has you around to help out.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, sorry, he's coming in. Sorry, I'll head back. Sorry, I was just holding his place.
Oh, hey, no, hey.
Yo,
no,
what's up? Sorry, I got a call from my work and whatnot, but I'll still make it. Don't worry. What's up?
Hey, well, first off, before we go anywhere, big round of applause for Mr. Knight. Big ups. You know, sometimes good parents do exist. Hey, so JCB, how's it going? How you holding up today?
Still holding up. I'm surviving the last couple of days that I gotta work because we already survived the pre-Christmas week. Now we gotta survive the pre-New Year's week. So, and they got me a call from Sunday, and it's like, oh, I got you on the wrong shift because we're closing early before New Year's, so I need you earlier. And I was gonna hope to go to church, and yeah,
I didn't. Oh man, I'm so sorry.
I mean, what can you do? Work calls, duty calls, it's all the same.
All right, well, it looks like you have brought us some cards based on the popular Hoyoverse franchise. Is that some Honkai Star Rail that's going on right now?
Indeed, it is.
Which, if I remember correctly, I have seen you play on your Twitch channel.
Yeah, just for a few times. Just for a few times. Just merely because I had other games that I was gonna play mine, but I was gonna chill and just stream a bit because new events here. Everyone's crazy about Ron May and Doctor L. I mean Doctor Ratio. I kid you not, that is his name. I don't ask me why. Ask the smart guy. So
Look, there's a character called, like, what, March 17th? There's no upper limit to how strange this can get.
no, of course not. It's Hoyoverse, and anything can be odd or cool under the sun.
Alrighty, so let's go ahead and yes, this is a Tem on the sweater right now. Delilah, my wonderful, beautiful partner, got this for me for streams to show off for the holiday season, and it's been a delightful gift. Alrighty, so before we get started, Sir Knight, are there any informations that we want to talk about? Any introductions before we get into the cards proper?
Yes, so just to clarify and to ease things a bit so that reading these paragraphs hopefully won't be a pain. So most of the monsters are gonna share three effects for the most part. Their first effect is gonna be your typical normal or their special condition that they're gonna special summon, and they're gonna have skill point counters. So in the battle system that we have of Honkai Star Rail, it's a turn-based combat system where you can either do basic attacks, skills, and ultimates. Skills require you to consume your skill points, while basic attacks fills them up. And with enough attacking or using your skill, you build up your ultimate. So for the first effect, granted you can't because the way the battle system requires you to attack, it's gonna be slow in Yu-Gi-Oh. So I made it so that when they're on their normal special summon, they're gonna build up to have 5 of them right off the bat. Still, they have their effects to work with that requires you to remove them. So management of that aspect is still in mind. Their second effect is their skill. You'll usually see you can remove one skill point counter, and it's reflected based on each of their unique kits. And last but not least is their third effect, which is when they're face up and 3 or more skill point counters are removed, they can use their powerful ultimate, which is their quick effect. And funnily enough, I actually emphasize that it's a quick effect because you can use it on your turn or your enemy's turn, similar to how Honkai Star Rail does it. But aside from that, that's just pretty much the main gist of it. Everything else is pretty much fair game or unique to the character.
Alrighty. Well, let's go ahead and check out what those individual characters do. Starting with a duo. I believe this is Kalis and Stell, Trailblazers of the Astral Express. A level 4 Earth Warrior monster with 1800 attack and defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon an Astral Express monster from your deck, except a copy of this card. Also, you can have this card gain skill point counters until you possess 5 in total. Now, just to clarify, does this mean until this card gets 5 total, or across all of your cards you get 5 skill point counters?
Yeah, that was the thing I was trying to work with because as far as I'm aware, there's no archetype that has counters that there's a max of everything you control. Because I've seen things like maybe like I don't know, Blackwing Armor Master, the ultimate version, and most of the cards that your opponent controls has max 1. Um, but it's not controlling in your field. So for the sake of most of the cards, it'll be till all of the cards that you control, you possess, is 5.
Okay,
So,
okay.
mhm.
You can remove a skill point counter from your field, then target a face-up monster your opponent controls and have its attack and any monster adjacent to it. And if you do, this card gains that lost attack until the end of the turn. If you removed 3 or more skill point counters while this card is face-up on the field, quick effect, you can target one monster your opponent controls and or any of its adjacent monsters and destroy them. And if you do, inflict damage to your opponents equal to half the combined original attack of those monsters.
Yep. So yeah, this is your main one card enabler to get your mini allies, your March, your Dan Hungs, or your bigger, stronger allies like Himego or Well that's along them. And this is like your bread and butter. Their class is more of the flexible, where they can be the aggro type or they could be the offensive type. So as you can see, their first skill point they can attack multiple enemies if you use it. Or for their quick effect, they're flexible, where you can focus on one enemy or knock out multiple enemies. And I emphasize it with more of a burn thing, because if it's a quick effect, you might as well add some cherry on tops.
Yeah, just give it a little extra oomph.
Yeah. I mean, you're bonking them with a bat. I'm pretty sure it's gonna hurt. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, so this card seems outrageous. Like,
Yes.
you summon it, you get another Astral Express right out of your deck, top off your skill points, you get to use one of those to absorb potentially an enormous amount of attack power. This gets to hit with it, and then eventually this is up to a triple wipe. Holy cow, that's strong.
Yeah. I mean, you're the protagonist after all. You gotta have some overpoweredness, right?
You gotta have the cheat ability. It's Isekai Star Rail. Alrighty, next up we have Welt Yang. Where are you? Welt Yang.
The fifth monster there.
Former name of the Astral Express, a level 8 Dark Warrior monster with 3,000 attack and 1,400 defense. If all monsters you control are Astral Express monsters, except Welt Yang, former of the name of the Astral Express, you can special summon this card from your hand. Also, you can have this card gain skill point counters until you possess 5 in total. You can remove 1 skill point counter from your field, then target up to 3 face-up cards your opponent controls. They cannot activate their effects until the end of the opponent's turn. If you removed 3 or more skill point counters while this card is face-up on the field as a quick effect, you can negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls until the end of this turn. Also this turn, if an opponent's monster whose effects are negated would be sent to the graveyard, banish it instead. Oh, that's a goofy little floodgate ability.
Yeah, so I need to explain something. So yes, this guy is crazy. This may not be biased because I used him in my account, but he is of the class which is known as Nihility, which is mainly the debuffer. So they want to apply debuffs of reducing attack, reducing defense, stopping them, delaying their actions. So this is his way of delaying it. His is like more of the way where he slows the enemies down, and you can clearly see that. And not to mention, I mean, the banish is weird, but I need to explain that this guy can summon black holes, controls gravity. Yeah, this guy. I mean, if I tell you if I show you a video of him, I'm pretty sure it's self-explanatory.
Yeah, hey, you know what? When you tell me that someone can just make singularities out of thin air, yeah, I'm gonna trust that they've got some power going on.
Yeah, and a fun fact of a lore, he's the only character who is from a previous Hoyoverse game. If you have heard of Honkai Impact Third, this is the same guy from that game.
I have heard of it. I know. I know a little bit about Star Rail because I've seen a few people play like the first level, I think, but I don't know anything about Third Impact. Though I did see a few ads for that a while ago, so that's kind of cool. Now, is that brought up in game? Is that like the same world as Third Impact, or like an alternate universe?
As far as I'm aware, there is a quest that I went through that he does explain how he's seen a familiar face of the person you're looking for, and there in his world there's a similar looking face that he's seen, and their paths turn out to be similar to the one in Star Rail's world. So he does explain that although you may see familiar faces, like let's say March in another universe might as well be a space pirate. Even though they may share the same name, they may not share the same paths. So he has seen multiple people that he's aware of, but they're different dimensions, they're different worlds. So he does explain that he's familiar with, like, I guess you could say, traveling between space-time continuum, but I'm not familiar with it, but I just know that he is from Honkai Impact Third.
Got
So.
it. Got it. Then I guess I will leave it up to the people who have played the game to see if they made a way to reuse assets joke is tasteful in this scenario or not. But this is a pretty good card to pull off of Kalis and Stella. Like, you just summon this, you get another
Yeah.
you get another Astral Express, you get Welt Yong, Welt negates stuff, and then you just need one more activation, and now they both get their ultimates online. Which,
Yes.
if I'm reading this correctly, once you've achieved that condition, they can use that every turn. It's not just a once while this card is phased upon the field kind of thing.
You're correct. I mean, the only thing restricting them is a hard once per turn, but when has that ever stopped anything?
When? Wow. Nightsea, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1. I super appreciate it. Tell us though, can we get a random lore fact? What kind of lore are we looking at? And I will get that lore answered when we are done with this section. For now, we have to check out the Interstellar Journey.
Yeah, so I changed it to the start of the Interstellar Journey, but still the first spell card.
Got it. Okay. The start of the Interstellar Journey is a quick play spell card. This card is always treated as an Astral Express card, and you can activate one of these effects. Add a Kalis and Stella Trailblazers of the Astral Express from your deck to your hand. Or, if you control Kalis and Stella, Trailblazers of the Astral Express, special summon an Astral Express monster from your hand or graveyard, and if you do, place a skill point counter on it unless you possess 5 in total. If you do not possess 5 skill point counters in total, and you control an Astral Express card that you can place a skill point counter on, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target an Astral Express card that you can place skill point counters on, and place one such counter on it. You can only use one effect per turn and only once per turn.
Yeah, I apologize for the repetitiveness of it, but I mean, I'm gonna be quite frank. Endymion, just blame Endymion. There's no better way to just shorten counter placements. So,
Hey, fair enough. Okay, so this is incredible. We've already talked about how good Kalis and Stella are. This is literally just 3 more copies of it, with upside if you already control them.
pretty much. I mean, as you are the protagonist, you're gonna meet a lot of people. You're gonna literally summon via the gotcha game, all your allies. So whether you like it or not, you're the main character. You gotta have your starter. So if you don't have it in your hand and you got this, boom.
Boom, there you go. You're set.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure it'll come up in the future where it being an Astral Express card will be relevant.
Indeed.
All right. Speaking of, it's time for the Astral Express.
Yes, not Astral Express. It's the Astral Express.
The only one. All right. The Astral Express is a field spell card. When this card is activated, you can add one Himiko, Navigator of the Astral Express, or Pom Pom, Conductor of the Astral Express from your deck to your hand. You can only You can activate the effects of Astral Express monsters you control that remove a skill point counter as quick effects. Once per turn during each standby phase, you can have this card gain a skill point counter unless you possess 5 in total. Oh, Lord. This card's going to get out of control immediately.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, a lot of the monsters, like I told you before, for the skills, actually I may not preface it, but you can only activate them during your turn, as with the battle system is. The problem is that most of the time when you want disruption, you kind of need that on your opponent's turn as well. And yes, I know it's a bit absurd with something like Whelp, but I mean, they kind of need it. They kind of need it.
I mean,
you may not think so.
Quick negate.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card pretty much does everything. Sorry.
Yeah, hey, no, you're good. Wow. And then you get one of these two little saints.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess if whoever person asked for the lore tidbit, here's your fun lore. Apparently the Astral Express, the train behind the 3, actually crashed into the planet where Himeko is, the one with the red hair.
Yeah.
And throughout the years, throughout her life, she rebuilds the train back up, and with the assistance of Pom Pom, which I don't know where they came from, they set sail across the galaxies, and they eventually picked up Welt, Dan Heng, March, and eventually you, the protag.
Hey, March 7th. What a spectacular name. Holy cow.
There is a lore reason, but I recommend playing through the game if you want to see it.
Oh yes, I'm sure someone came up with a reason, and I'm sure the reason makes it even better.
Hmm.
Alrighty, the last card on the roster is In the Name of the World. A normal trap card that is always treated as an Astral Express card. Target face-up cards your opponent controls up to the number of Astral Express monsters that you control with different names. Negate their effects. Then, if you control Welt Yang, former name of the Astral Express, you can banish them. If you control an Astral Express card that you can place a skill point counter on, if you have less than 5, banish, put a counter on that card. But remove them all at the end of this turn. Oh, wow.
Hmm. Yeah, so again, I'm sorry, they need it. I'm sorry. Assuming if you do not have the Astral Express and you need some other forms of negate, and for some reason you haven't gotten your 3 skill point out yet, this is your second best card that you can pull out of your hat. And if for some reason you don't have any skill point counters or you just need refresh, this thing is basically your soul charge, but you better make use of it or else it's gonna go.
Bye-bye. Why is there Genshin Impact stuff on the train? Well, you might want to sit down for this one. It turns out that the game studio has multiple games.
Yes. They did not make just one.
How many games does the freaking Hoyoverse have out? It's Honkai Star Rail, Genshin
There's
Impact,
Genshin Impact,
Third
Honkai Impact Third. I
Zero
don't know if there's
Zenless Zone. That's the new
that
one,
too.
right?
Yeah, that's the new one.
Yeah. And I feel like there's at least one more.
Let's check.
It's
Shall
called
we?
Hoyoverse for a reason. True, but like most studios can't handle running one MMO at a time. Do those count as MMOs? I feel like they should.
In some aspects, kinda.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, from the first search I see, there's Fly Me to the Moon, which I don't know what that is. Guns Girl Z, Honkai Gakuen, Tears of Themis. I'm not familiar with those titles. It just says MiHoYo, so that's just from the Google search.
Oh well. All right. So we've gone through the 5 cards. We still have about 2.5 minutes. Do we want to highlight any of these other ones really quickly before we run out of time?
Sure. I mean, I'll ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you want to go safe or do you want to just go all crazy
All
for the last?
wild. I want to go off the Honkai Star rails.
Okay, go to the 4th monster.
4th, Himiko, Navigator of the Astral Express. Okay, level 8, Fire Warrior monster, 2800 attack, 1200 defense. If all monsters you control are Astral Express monsters, except Himiko, Navigator of the Astral Express, you can special summon this card from your hand. Also, you get the effect that refreshes all your skill point counters. When this card declares an attack or an Astral Express monster effect that removes skill point counters is activated, you can remove a skill point counter from your field. Inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each monster they control, then reduce the attack and defense of their monsters equal to the damage inflicted. If you have removed 3 or more skill point counters while this card is face up on the field, as a quick effect, you can destroy all monsters your opponent controls or all spell and trap cards your opponent controls, and if you do, gain a skill point counter for each card destroyed until you possess 5 in total.
Yeah, she's crazy. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it.
Yeah, no, it's like, okay, so we summon this for free if we have any other Astral Express, or we summon it out for free off of our main characters.
Yes.
You get your refresh of all your skill points.
Uh-huh.
She causes burn damage and a debuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then her ultimate is a quick effect Raigeki or Harpies every turn at no cost. Yeah, you weren't kidding.
Yeah, I mean, if you see her ultimate, she summons a legit satellite cannon on her foes. So, Don't blame me. Blame this woman who can build satellite cannons and rebuild a train that travels across the cosmos. Um,
me when humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens. Millennium, shut up. Shut up. Good stuff. Good stuff. Great, great cards. Oh, and you get to search this off the field spell.
yeah,
Jesus.
lore reasons.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, well, that about does it for all the ones we can cover. Great spread of cards. Anything else that we need to cover before we move on to the Nova scale?
I mean, I could briefly brief the cards that we haven't explained. I March 7th on her skill points offers like oh goodness. Destruction Protection. Donghun is your OTK enabler. Pom Pom is your field spell searcher. And the spell card, the second to last one is like every of your monsters. It's like a tanky essentially. Like your monsters like gain attack and whatnot. And if you have Himiko, you get additional, and it offers target protection for your
Wow.
monsters. As long as you have a card that has a skill point counter. But that's about it.
Hell yeah. Alrighty. Well, let me go ahead and bring up that Nova scale, and we'll see how it stacks up.
I'm scared to find out what it is.
Millennia, it's her voice line. I know it's her voice line. That's why it's funny. It's like the only voice line I know because it was either watching you play it or either when McSpoofy was playing it.
Maybe it's spoofy because I don't have Himiko, unfortunately.
Okay, then it must have been her because yeah. That was just the line that kept coming up all the time. It was good stuff. Okay, so novelty. We have a bunch of monsters that summon to the field. They use counters to fuel their effects, and then instead of getting less powerful when you spend them, they actually get better so they can get their bonus effects. Now that's an interesting twist, I think. We still need skill points to do things, but actually spending them is something we have to keep track of as well. So, that's pretty cool. Is there another thing that's unique about these cards? I see a lot of tools that are normally used in other cards, so I think the novelty really comes from how they interact with counters. So I think it's a 3 on this one. I think it's a cool idea that we're using with that one. I think we get a 3 on that.
All right.
Objectivity. God, these cards are so good. These cards are so
I'm sorry and not sorry.
good. I mean, don't be sorry. As I always say, it is never a shame to bring overpowered cards here. You just gotta know that is scoring low in objectivity because I think that these cards would bust stuff up without any interaction. Kayla is like a 1-card combo that sets up, or Kalis and Stell, set up so much bonkers stuff that I don't know what fights it. So, granted, these cards don't come with like immunities. They're not like towers or anything. You can still interact with them.
Mm.
And there are cards that counter counters, but not counter trap cards. That's a different counter. So it's not like there's no like counterplay here. So I think it's a 2 in objectivity. There's a little something you can do to fight it, but I can't not see people flocking to this archetype if it was ever made. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, we've learned that lesson from Prankets with Meow Meow Moo with Legal, and you can just Raigeki or Heavy Storm twice, so...
Yeah.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Okay, versatility. So, it looks like you can play these in anything.
Yeah, you pretty much play in anything. I was gonna restrict it at first when I make Halos and stuff from the deck, but I personally feel it's like it'd be a bit too restricted. I know they're powerful by themselves, but it gotta be too much on the Xenolocking if I didn't include the rank 8 pool, the rank 4 pool. That one Flame Swordsman, Link 2, because they're all warriors, with the exception of Pom Pom. I mean, I feel like it's still on anyone's table of like play testing them if they want to make variants. But usually you probably just want to make as they are.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, because technically you could play these in anything that doesn't lock you out of these cards, but then why would you want to? It's so well self-contained, doing its own thing, giving you very powerful plays. I think it gets a lower versatility score by dint of being so good that it doesn't need any synergies. So I think it's like a 2, technically, because you can splash it. Not that you would want to, but you can. But that leaves us with awesomeness, and I mean, I would want to pilot this deck. These cards are rad as hell. They're powerful. They emulate a video game, which while I haven't played, I do like my turn-based combat stuff. I do think it's pretty cool, and the art slaps, and it's really powerful. So I gotta give it a 5 in awesomeness. This stuff is so good. I'm giving it a 12. These cards rule. I love them.
Yeah, I mean, I knew what I was gonna get myself into. If I made the skill points any lower, it wouldn't be as great. It would be like a bit too slow. If I put them at 5, it's gonna be cracked, but it's gonna get lower. But you know what? It's all worth it.
You goddamn right. Never be ashamed of your cool power cards.
Yep. And it was gonna be my last archetype before the year ends, so
Hey,
heck yeah.
what better way to lead off the new year than by punching a ticket and then flying across the astral sea?
Indeed. And hey, just a quick shout out, not sponsored by the way. If you get yourself on the grind and finish that event today, or like event, you get a free 5-star by Dr. L himself. I mean, Dr. Ratio himself. So,
Yeah.
and as far as I'm aware, Genshin has not done it in its entirety. So Honkai gets a plus on that. So.
And hey, Hoyoverse, if you're looking for someone in the Yu-Gi-Oh space, call me. I'll probably ignore you, but call me anyway. It'll make my ego go up. All right. Sir Knight, thank you so much. Have yourself a good one, okay?
Yep, you as well.
Take care. Bye.
Later.
Alrighty. Awesome. And Blitzwolf, let themselves be known. So let's go ahead and scooch back over there. And we can cover...
Hello there. Sorry, I lost track of time.
Hey, honestly, I get it. I was late for stream today, so it's all good.
I mean, to be honest, totally honest, I thought that today was Thursday.
Time, as we approach the new year, time becomes less and less of a defined parameter of the universe. So I get it. It happens to all of us.
Of course it does.
Alrighty, so it looks like you have graced us with even more crossover cards.
Yes.
Is there anything that you would like to preface them with before we get started?
For the next 3 months, I am doing Red Eyes crossover support, and I have 3 notes I made.
3?
3. First off, I am going back to an old game plan that Red Eyes had in like 2015-16, relying more on Gemini monsters.
Ooh.
Not the fact of their Geminis, but the fact of their normal monsters in the graveyard. Which works with their continuous trap, which revives a normal monster from the graveyard. Third, I will admit, because these are like double cards, there might be 6, 7 a month.
Well, if we get through them fast enough, we could easily do 6 or 7.
Yes. And finally, the last card is a little bit of a lore card.
Lore? Lore, you say?
Yes, little lore I will go into at the end.
Well, how could I say no? All right, well, let's get started with Red Eyes Apophis, Embodiment of Inferno. A continuous trap card that, when activated, special summons itself as an effect monster, a reptile Earth level 4, 1600 attack, 1800 defense stat line. Once per turn during your main phase, send a Red Eyes monster from your hand to the graveyard to add a Red Eyes trap card from your deck to your deck or grave, except a copy of this card, to your hand. If this card is used as fusion material for a Red Eyes fusion monster, shuffle a Red Eyes monster from your grave into the deck and add a Red Eyes fusion from your graveyard to your hand. This card is also still a trap card. That's pretty nifty. So you get you get some card selection, and then when you fuse with it, you get your fuser back.
Yes. Again, these are like paired. There's a monster and there's a fusion with it.
And that would be Mythical Surket, Red Eyes Beast of Gluttony. A level 8 Dark Fusion Reptile monster with 2750 attack and 2350 defense, requiring a level 7 or higher Red Eyes monster and a monster treated as a trap card. When this card is fusion summoned, inflict 300 points of damage to your opponent times the number of cards they control. Banish any number of monsters destroyed by battle with this card. Oh, just banish any monster destroyed by battle with this card. Bleh. If this card destroys a monster by battle, it gains 500 attack and defense. And when this card leaves the field, add a Red Eyes Spell or Trap card from your grave to your hand. So we've been taking some time to merge Odeon with Red Eyes.
Yes, I mean, I have a little trivia fact at the end about this, but he was one of the most honorable duelists that Joey faced.
Which is strange because his brother wanted him to be as little honorable as possible.
Yes, he wanted Odeon to be his dummy.
Yeah. But, you know, Odeon, good guy.
Yeah, we can never admit that he wasn't a good guy.
No, yeah. He was looking out for his little bro. His bro was infected by the powers of darkness. You gotta be his right-hand man.
He got a little face tattoo for him.
Yeah, just a small one, just a tiny one with minimal amounts of stabbing involved. Alrighty. Next up is Acropolis Whale, the Red Eyes Bombardment, a level 7 Dark Fish Gemini monster with 2350 attack, 2150 defense. It is a Gemini, it follows all the usual Gemini rules, and when normal summoned to gain its effect, once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a Red Eyes monster you control and no other cards, quick effect, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. And that pairs up with Legendary Fisherman, the Red Eyes Hunter, a level 6 Dark Fusion Sea Serpent monster with 2600 attack and 1900 defense, requiring a Red Eyes Dragon type monster and a Dark Fish monster. When this card is special summoned, destroy all spell or trap cards your opponent controls, then this monster gains 200 attack for each card destroyed. While this monster is on the field during the battle phase, your opponent cannot activate card effects until the end of the damage step.
So I'm imagining Legendary Fisherman riding like a Sea Serpent is Red Eyes monster.
Sorry, I think I blanked on that. I was thinking of a different thing. Could you repeat that?
Legendary Fisherman riding a Sea Serpent like Red Eyes.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Got a little Loch Ness energy.
Yeah, and he's the hunter for the Red Eyes.
Okay, so I do have a question about that last effect on Red Eyes Hunter.
Yes.
So it says while it's on the field during the battle phase, your opponent can't activate card effects until the end of the damage step. Is that supposed to trigger when it battles?
When in the battle phase, while it's on the field, your opponent cannot react to any of your Red Eyes attack.
Okay, any of your Red Eyes monster attacks?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Again, this is all thing like, okay, I am playing a Red Eye style deck.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because the wording there would imply that they just can't activate effects at all during the battle phase, but at the end of the damage step implied like a start of like an attack, so I just wanted to make sure where the beginning and end of all that was.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Next up is Red Eye's Parasite, Bug of Corruption, a level 4 dark insect monster with 1500 attack and 1900 defense. I believe it's also a Gemini monster. It's got all that Gemini text. When it's treated as an effect monster, while this monster is on the field, your opponent cannot declare an attack on this card, and your opponent cannot target other Red Eyes monsters with card effects. Okay.
So the Geminis are mainly meant for toolboxing, applying like continuous effects to protect, help board wipe, stuff like that.
All that good stuff.
All that good stuff.
And then we have its fusion, Insect Empress, the Red Eyes ruler of infestation. That's a great name. Level 8 Dark Fusion Insect monster with 2400 attack and 3000 defense, requiring a Red Eyes Black Dragon and a Dark Insect monster as material. When this monster is on the field and all monsters your opponent controls... Oh. While this monster is on the field, all monsters your opponent controls are treated as dragon monsters. Your opponent cannot declare attacks on monsters except dragon monsters. And all Red Eyes monsters you control gain 300 attack for each different Red Eyes monster on the field and in the graveyard. Once per turn, discard a card from your hand, add a Claw of Hermos to your hand from your grave or deck. Good, Hermos Searcher, yes! Yes!
I mean, it does have a Red Eyes fusion monster, technically.
Yeah.
Red Eyes Black Dragon Sword!
Okay. So it makes all of your opponent's monsters dragons, and only they can attack dragons.
Yes.
Huh.
So they're either attacking your big dragon-type fusion monsters or your Red Eyes.
Okay. Gives them a sweet boost. I do like the boost. That's a pretty solid monster.
Yes. And now to the big lore card.
Field spell. Censored.
I will go into this after.
Okay, so just ignore the name for now.
Ignore the name.
Okay. So we have a mystery field spell. It's always treated as a Red Eyes spell. When this card is activated, add a Red Eyes fusion from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Pretty powerful. Red Eyes monsters you control gain 200 attack times the different types of Red Eyes monsters on the field and in your graveyard. Once per turn, when you fusion summon a monster using a Red Eyes monster as material, you can special summon a Red Eyes normal monster from your graveyard, ignoring summoning conditions. If the special summoned monster was a Gemini monster, it becomes an effect. You can only use the effect of blank once per turn, and you can only activate one blank per turn.
So essentially, this is a Perform a Power field spell, but for Red Eyes.
Yeah, getting access to Red Eyes Fusion is pretty cool, and because it grabs from a graveyard, you don't have to run very many copies.
Yes, and I will admit, it revives the Gemini monster or one of your Red Eyes normal monsters from your graveyard, ignoring the current condition your Red Eyes Fusion put you in. Was what the wording was supposed to be.
Oh, so ignoring summoning conditions is supposed to get around the summon restriction that Red Eyes Fusion puts down.
Yes, so that way now you still have another different type of Red Eyes on your field.
Okay.
And now thought process. I wanted to do a field spell that felt like Red Eyes. So I was going to go for like something called Sogen Jar, which was meant to be Joey Atticus Rex.
As the three wielders of the Red Eyes.
Yes, but then I was like, maybe something different. So I thought, I'll look into Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes do have a field spell, technically. So I looked at the field spell, I'm like,
Oh.
Blue Eyes sounds like a religion, doesn't it?
With the way that Mausoleum of White shows off, then yeah, they got kind of a cult following. Cult of Black.
Yes, so my little lore tidbit, this cult is kind of spreading Red Eyes Black Dragon's potential to all these monsters by using the parasite.
Oh Lord. It's
So-
like brains all over again.
Yes, except I mean the monsters are okay with it. Some of them have like bad reactions. Like next week will be kind of like a double reference monster.
Okay, okay.
But yeah, the Cult of Black. I guess a section of the Eyes of Blue monsters thought, screw this Blue Eyes White Dragon and its pompous attitude. Let's go help out this Red Eyes Dragon or whatever.
Yeah. We're gonna show 'em
Yeah,
the power of potential, baby.
potential. That movie sucked. You know that
No,
movie.
I don't
the
know that
original
movie.
Yuki
That was just a
movie.
great response.
I mean, I like the idea of the movie. I hate the fact of okay, that little kid was annoying.
It's called I Am Potential. Is that it?
No, he was like, I don't believe Red Eyes Black Dragon is a strong card. He was like, it has potential. I still don't believe it. It has potential. Yugi, you're losing. It has potential. I won. No, I still don't believe it.
Okay. Well, outrageous. Is there anything else that we want to cover before we move on to the Nova scale?
I do have a little trivia fact for you
Uh-huh.
that I realized. Joey, throughout like the first two seasons, basically battled mostly people that cheated against him.
Okay, so we know Mai cheated.
You could technically say Bones cheated because they
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
threw him into a field where he would have the disadvantage and Bones would have the advantage.
Bandit Keith definitely cheated. That's his whole thing.
100%. The Rare Hunter most likely cheated because of that duel with Yugi.
Yeah, we definitely know he did that. Weevil
Esperoba cheated.
Esperoba super cheated.
Weevil 100% cheated before the
Super
duel even
cheated.
started.
Super cheated.
You could technically say Odeon cheated by lying about who he was.
He was cheating because he was using an illegal card.
That too. Then the most 100% cheater, that lawyer guy from the in-between arc.
Oh, yeah, Judge Man.
Judge Man.
Did
Where
he duel
even
Judge
the...
Man?
Huh?
No, he didn't duel Judge Man. I thought that was Tristan.
Oh no,
I'm thinking of Machine King. No, he did
Yeah.
fight Judge Man. You're right.
And it was so blatantly cheating that Noah even came in and said, "What the hell are you doing? Stop using my system like that. I'm shutting you off."
Get the fuck out of here.
And then Merrick cheated.
Oh yeah, Merrick's always cheating.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't have the whole, oh yeah, you take the damage of your monsters, Joey would have won.
So the only person that didn't cheat Joey, I think, is Mako Tsunami.
Mako, well, I guess you could say that Yugi technically cheated too. In their first duel. Oh yeah, you successfully used Time Wizard on my Dark Magician. Well, too bad I had Sage.
Well, but that's like how the card actually works, so that makes sense in that way. We actually got a printed version of that.
True, but still, you place that card that is a good counter against the card you gave to Joey.
That's kind of a gray area. See, I would say that Yugi cheated because he got outside help. He had the Pharaoh duel for him.
Yeah, that too. But yeah, Mako, I think that Balgard episode guy, I can't remember him.
Anyway, so
oh, and the Paradox Brothers.
I guess technically them having control of the home field advantage doesn't necessarily mean they cheated. They were just advantaged.
Yeah, only those three people actually did not cheat.
Oh, and Rex Raptor. Yeah, I guess Joey does duel Rex Raptor, huh?
Yeah, twice, and yeah, he didn't cheat.
Okay.
So,
Wow,
so that's 4
Rex
people.
Raptor not cheating. That's wild to think of.
Yeah, especially because he lost the championship to a cheater.
Okay, well, I think it's Nova Scale time. We've exhausted the clock.
Well, I mean, I still have one more thing after the scale.
Oh my god. You're always bursting with stuff.
Yes, because I like to hint you at what's to come.
Okay, so novelty. We're already starting with Red Eyes cards, but we are continuing the trend of making iconic Joey monsters or cards that he's interacted with into Red Eyes monsters. And I do like that idea. We're branching out to different types. And we're doing them in ways that are true to what their original versions are like.
And going back to the old process of relying most on the fact of they're normal monsters.
Yeah. Let's go with a 4 on novelty. I think it's pretty good. I think focusing on the Gemini versions is probably the most outrageous when it comes to which ones would be most competitively viable. So I do like that we're leaning on that one. So we'll give it a 4 on that one.
I mean, I will admit, Duel Links player here, Red Eyes Archfiend Lightning was a monster in Duel Links because you revived it, normal summoned it. Your monsters most likely are not 250 defense.
Most likely. And I have definitely been on the receiving end of the Red Eyes / Dragon decks when that was a big ol' thing. Ugh.
I think it's now like Elemental Hero Neos Kluger is the problem now.
Neos Kluger. Okay, so I think the power level of our cards is pretty good. I don't see anything here that's ridiculous. I think the only thing is our problem-solving card text. I know that the intention was to use ignoring summoning conditions to get around the summon restriction of Red Eyes Fusion, but those don't work in the game now that way. You wouldn't be able to use a card that ignores summoning conditions to get through Red Eyes Fusion nowadays. So we would need some different wording on this one. So I think we'll give it a 4 in objectivity just because we need to tune up just that by itself.
Fair, fair.
Okay. Versatility. Does the C play in a number of decks? Well, Red Eyes Fusion, now that we have added Dark Insects, Dark Fish, and Trap Monsters, does mean that we could add them into decks like that. You could play Red Eyes Fusion in Inzektor now, should the need arise. I don't know what Dark Fish deck exists for Red Eyes Hunter, but now it's there just in case.
Nope, not thinking of anything. All I can think of is Shark.
And as far as I know, that's all water.
Yep. You can play Thurskit if you playing like Uriah, but
yeah,
that
and that's the funky thing because you need to make sure that the monster is on the board because that's the only time that it's a monster.
Yeah, that would
trap card.
Yeah, I couldn't think of it. It would go against what Apophis was meant to be.
Yeah. I would just give this a 2 in versatility. You might be able to get some extra usage out of the whole Gemini stuff. Maybe the Dark Insect thing becomes a point of interest in a certain combo, but aside from that, it is still pretty Red Eyes focused. So we'll give it a 2 on versatility. And awesomeness. Folks, it's more Red Eyes cards, and they're cool concepts. I love these crossover cards. I gotta give it a 5. They're wonderful, and I think the effects that they give out are actually useful and Interesting. So 5 on that one. That means we're getting a 15 on the Nova scale. Blitzwolf, thank you very much for showing these off. Good job.
Check your messages.
Make me. Okay, I did. These are some classics.
Always go for the classics. By the way, funny news.
Uh-huh.
We are getting Shadal's this New Year's as a main box.
Yeah, I heard it was Shadal's and Sue Ships.
Sue Ships, raw support, which is strange in a small format. Machina?
Oh, Machina. Now, are you getting Citadel is the question.
Yes.
Oh!
The bad part limited to 3.
Oh, okay, well, you can't play it in everything then, but God, Citadel is so good.
And the almost final support of Mayakashi.
Oh.
We are only missing, I think, the Link 4.
Well, have fun with Yuki Onna. I know I won't.
I will, because that was the first deck I made in Masters.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that you and Yuki Onna can, I don't know, swear violently at each other or something, or whatever she does.
Yeah, I'm more of a Yoko fan. Sit with her at Temple eating dumplings.
Yum, 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 yum. All right. Well, take care, Blitzwolf. Have yourself a good one, all right?
You too, bye!
Bye! Good stuff, good stuff. I want Pride Punk. Me too! More gold pride! Givey. Alrighty. Thank you again, Wolf. We have 4 people left. Only 1 presenter left, and one of those is Warthog Crusader. And, if I'm not mistaken, that's them now. Warthog, how you doing?
Give me a sec. I need to fix an issue, apparently.
Alrighty, let me go ahead and get these cards pulled up here. Ba-da-ba-dum.
There we go. Okay, should be working now.
Hey, how's it going?
Not really sure. I wanted to present the burning engine, but I got distracted by making the villain for it. And it's like, I could technically throw this out in a week, or just go with other things that I thought of early in the month. And so I went with things earlier in the month. And then, after I finally wrote down the cards, guess what happened?
What
A
happened?
ban list came out. And it's like, with how the ban list looks, I might as well put the little markers on the cards, because clearly Konami would do that to my cards.
Okay, well, I am looking at the archetype now, and I am horrified about what we're about to look at. Is there any information we want to talk about first, or should I just get into this?
So, the first 2 cards are for Vanquish Soul. The 3 others are, you can probably guess what they are when we get to them. For Nova Scale, we're just going with the Vanquish Soul ones because the other cards are just craps and giggles type of cards. And there are even some cards in the side deck. I want to describe the art that I wanted to go with for them, and then I realized, oh shoot, I can't edit. And it's too late for me to ask an artist to make really funny art.
Then we will have to use the most powerful artist of all, our imagination.
For a second, I thought you were going to say an AI, and then I remembered who you were.
Oh, no, nah, man, nah.
Yeah. Oh, right. I also tried to use AI art to make some of the stuff for my own stuff. AI art just can't get what I want, man. It's too basic. It's too normal. I want some freakiness.
I mean, folks, I'm gonna be a broken record here. You're only gonna get out of AI what gets put into it, and that's the same stuff. You're not gonna get the freshness. There's nothing new there.
Yep.
Anyway,
let's start that timer.
My soapbox back over there. Get back in my seat. Start the timer. We're gonna start with Vanquish Soul Radiclaw, a level 6 Earth dinosaur monster with 2400 attack and 2000 defense. During the main phase, as a quick effect, you can target a non-dinosaur Vanquish Soul monster you control, return it to the hand, and if you do, special summon this card from your hand. As a quick effect, you can reveal, by revealing monsters in your hand with the listed attributes, you can do an effect. Reveal an Earth, burn your opponent for 600 damage. Reveal a Fire and Dark. All Vanquish Soul monsters you control gain attack and defense for each Vanquish Soul monster with you control with a different name. You can only use each effect once per turn, and you cannot activate more than one in the same chain. Okay, so very aggro. Put them on the board, either hit your opponent for some free damage, or make all of your Vanquish Souls really, really big.
Yeah. Do you want to go to the next card or hear the fun facts about this one?
Hit me with those fun facts.
So, visually, he was the first test of AI, and it's like, AI cannot get what I want. Why does it keep making anime girls? I wanted just a regular, like, Velociraptor with, like, hyper neon colors, with, like, the old shades from, like, the 90s, where it's, like, that really radical style, with a backwards cap and, like, a ripped up, tank top.
Yes, yes!
Because he is based on those joke fighters in fighting games, like the Raptor in Killer Instinct and like Kid Buu in Dragon Ball, because I like throwing hands.
The famous joke character, Kid Buu.
He is a joke character because none of his moves are his own. They're all Super Buu moves. So why didn't they put in Super Buu? Enough with the rant.
That's hilarious. Why would they do that?
Because Kid Buu is boring.
Kinda, yeah.
But stat-wise, there was a fun thing that I noticed, that if you count the Link Monster as higher than a level, each level 4, then mid-level, then high level are all in sequence of their own attributes. For Fire, you have a warrior that goes to a worm and then a zombie. Then, in Dark, you have a fiend that goes to a machine that then goes to a rock. And for this, it's like, oh, so a beast warrior, and then it goes to a dragon. So what's a middle point? Either Cyburst or Dinosaur. And I went with the funny one of Dinosaur.
I think you picked a good one.
Yeah. And his stats are specifically pulled from other cards that he becomes the ultimate small world bridge.
Ah, okay.
So,
a
yeah,
card that they were already using fairly frequently, so we might as well add some fuel to that fire.
Yes, but now you can search any other card in the archetype using purely just the archetype.
Cool, alright. Okay, next up is Vanquish Soul, Select Your Soul. Oh wow, these are going wild. Oh wow, an actual field spell. What the hell?
Because why didn't they do that in the first place?
They did. It's called Rock of Vanquisher.
Yeah, but I was legitimately thinking about stealing from your video and then going, no, it doesn't have all the faces. Of taking that select screen you made and making that the art.
Emily nailed that. Holy cow, that was so cool.
Yeah. Okay, why does everyone keep saying select your nose?
Oh, okay. So, I learned this recently about that. So, a lot of people have been all like, stake your soul, your nose is mine, as like the
why?
thing. Because Kaiser Various' stance is the power pose, and his hand looks like he's doing the thing where he's putting his thumb up between his two middle fingers. So it's like the whole, I got your nose. I got your nose.
Okay, I thought it was a weird, like, misheard of your soul is mine, of your nose is mine.
I thought that was why it was too. But I think that's part of the reason why it works, because it sounds like a voice clip that you would hear from it.
Yeah. Also, sorry about the effect text you're about to read. It's really hard trying to make an effect like this, or two of them per se.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best here. Okay. Vanquish Soul, Select Your Soul is a field spell card. Once per turn as a quick effect, you can banish a monster from your graveyard to apply the appropriate effects. Earth, add a Dark Vanquish Soul monster from your deck to your hand. Fire, add an Earth Vanquish Soul from your deck to your hand. Dark, add a Fire Vanquish Soul from your deck to your hand. Okay, pretty simple so far. Light, Water, or Wind, you take 500 damage. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna question why that's an option later. you reveal cards in your hand to activate a Vanquish Soul card or effect. You can apply these effects based on what attributes are revealed. Earth. Vanquish Soul cards you control can't be removed from the field or destroyed by an opponent's card effects that don't target them. Fire. Each Vanquish Soul monster you control cannot be destroyed by battle once per turn. Dark. Vanquish Soul monsters you control gain 400 attack and defense. I don't know, that was kind of tame. Why can you punch yourself with your field spell?
Because I thought it's funny if you're trying to hit something out of archetype to try to get an ad. Or to like do an effect that's like, oh, this card gets a benefit from banishing. I have the Vanquish Soul field spell. Oh, it just punched me for doing that.
Okay, and you know what? I will take that as enough of a reason to add that in there. Just
but also
from
another way to see it
Uh-huh.
is it's not actually punching you; it's stealing your money because it costs 50 cents to revive a character.
Man, VS is eating my quarters. Oh no! That's awesome.
And also why it's each attribute into each other is because of the level 4s on which tag team they need for their bigger effect. And I saw it as a fun thing of Earth is low attacks, Fire is mid attacks, and Dark is high attacks.
Oh, like little 3 buttons.
Yep.
Cool. I dig. I like it. It's cool.
But that other effect of, oh, whenever you activate an effect and reveal something. I didn't know how to give it a once per turn where you could use all 3 effects because I couldn't find any wordings on that. So it's like, well, let's just hope the least used attribute of Dark doesn't get used its 6 times it can in a turn to just make everyone on that field jacked.
Jaws feels jacked. I think you'd have to use something like Baylor Drock. Because it has a thing where it's like you can apply one of these effects whenever a zombie monster effect is activated, but you can only activate each effect once per turn.
I should have been looking at that.
Something like
okay.
That. Okay, well, I guess we're done with Vanquish Souls. It's time to move on to the next archetype.
Not an archetype, just
cards.
Craps and giggles.
All right. Summon Order, a continuous trap card. You can only activate this card if you control both a normal summoned monster and a special summoned monster. Neither player can special summon monsters except by trap effects unless they have normal summoned a monster that turn. Normal summons cannot be negated, and during each standby phase, take 2,000 damage if you don't control a normal summoned monster. Huh.
Would you like to hear what the art looks like on this?
Yeah, give me the art.
It's that extra gate, you know, the one that Relinquish was leaving?
Yeah.
It's Alistair walking out of it, all smiles and giggles, and Fenrir chomping at the bit behind it, trying to kill him.
Kashtira Fenrir or a different one?
Kashtira Fenrir. Because I thought it'd be really funny that it's like, oh, if this art does exist, it really messes with the lore.
You're right, that would be outrageous. I'm glad that does not exist. Okay, so you need to have had both of those kinds of summon monsters. You flip it up, and then it's a special summon floodgate until someone's normal summoned.
Yep, specifically to stop Kashtira.
I kind of dig it. I like it.
Yeah. Also, I made originally just the first part of neither player can special summon things, and then it's like, it feels like I'm missing something here. Something that will abuse this. And then I heard a tweet, and it's like, Flu! Oh, put in the restriction that they need to control both types! Because otherwise Flu would just flip it every time.
Every time, baby! Well, good idea there. I actually think this is kind of really cool design on the floodgate. Really big build around on that one, instead of just flipping goes and match and being like, I just happen to have all the same attribute. If you don't, sucks to be you.
Yeah, and if you're the one who flips the card and you don't even fit the requirements, you're going to get hurt a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's each standby phase.
Yeah, not just yours. We're playing by Imperial Order rules now. Which is why I assume it's named that way.
How would Flu play a Link Monster? All their effects say you cannot special summon during the turn you activate this effect.
You would be surprised.
I know I've played a Link Monster using 3 Flu monsters, but I highly doubt that's a normal occurrence.
That is true. Alrighty. Next up is Elemental Balance. Continuous trap card. Each player can only control one monster of each attribute. If a player controls 2 or more monsters of the same attribute, they must send some of the graveyard to the graveyard so they control no more than one of that attribute. If between both players' fields, grave, and face-up banish there is 6 or more attributes, destroy this card during the end of the current phase. If this card is destroyed while a divine monster is on the field, banish all cards on the field of the player who doesn't control a divine monster. So what I'm looking at here is an attribute Teekboo
Mm-hmm.
that has a shutoff valve,
Uh-huh.
but only if we're able to hit 6 attributes, which might be difficult.
Both
But
players can hit it.
yeah, it's between both of them. There's no guarantee, but there are some decks that handle it all by itself. So it'll depend on the matchup if that auto destruction happens. But then if it does, you're incentivized to run a god card to blow up your opponent's field.
Because it's funny.
You're right. And what's funny is that it has anti-synergy with all of the god card support that's out there. If you want to use Raw's Servant, those are all light monsters. You can't summon all of them. If you want to use Reactor Slime, it makes water tokens. If you want to use the face card knights for Slifer, they're all the same attribute.
I didn't say it was going to be easy.
Hey, and it shouldn't be. Anything involving the god cards should be janky and bad. So it's on flavor.
There are 2 archetypes I know of that can summon a god card with this floodgate up with somewhat ease, because I know that I've been killed by one of them before. We got the Dragon Rulers, who are
Yeah.
slowly becoming unlimited,
Yes.
and 6 Samurai. I was killed at a locals once by a 6 Samurai player who had no monsters, special summoned for free, special summoned 2 more guys, I forget how, tributed all 3 for Obelisk, and then proceeded to punch me for game.
That is... I am so happy that you exist to have that memory chiseled into your mind, to share that with all of us. That's amazing.
All right, hopefully you can understand the last card.
Oh, I'm jonesing for it. I'm gonna get it on the first run, actually. Guidance of Resting Zealots. Continuous trap card. Players can only attack using their monster with the lowest attack on their field, their choice of tide. Unless their opponent controls no cards, then they must attack with their highest. When an opponent's monster declares a direct attack, you can destroy this card, and if you do, you take no battle damage from that attack. Okay, so it forces both players to only fight with their weakest monsters until they have nothing, and then you have to attack with the biggest one. And then you get protection, so it's about as not asynchronous as possible.
But what happens when you Teekboo this card's name? I have a small delay, so I just now saw that you're turning away. He's running up the clock. Oh, Marluxia is a girl. If you Teekboo the name, it spells out gores. Because that's the card I based this on. Because it's like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if you were like forced to play into Gores in some way, or forced to play around it? And it's like, I'll name it after him.
Hey, buddy?
I was planning to chat my reasoning.
What the fuck?
Hey, I never lived through that time, so I have no scars.
Well, enjoy using my culture as a butt of your joke. Yeah, I guess this does force your opponent to attack in the worst way possible if it's Gores. Great stuff.
Well, what I find funny is, Gores can only activate if you control no cards, which is why I put the destruction thing in. But when it's gone, it no longer puts the restriction on the opponent. So it doesn't really work.
Maybe they won't think about it. Maybe you'll like I've seen some people just go along with certain play patterns just because of how it was established previously. So maybe you'll win the psychological game.
Oh, I know I've beaten you at the psychological game. I have made you put your
No.
hands in your face from
No.
a joke,
I
and then
ne-
during this part, you walked away!
I never lose, alright? I can't do that. That was not an admission of defeat. That was something else.
What about the joke that I made of a golden age?
How about we just go on to the Nova skill and we don't fucking talk about it? How about that, huh?
Oh, art-wise, Elemental Balance is supposed to show Elemental Doriado being argued with by, like, the Therions and, I forget what the other archetype was. But just other archetypes that are multi-attributed or, like, single-attributed, just complaining to her because she is the Elemental Balancer.
That's awesome. Okay, I've got to do a little fist bump here. I need that shimmering scraper to get me through this. Okay, we got that. I'll do the rest of the channel redeems when we're done here. Let's go ahead and crack out the Nova scale. Let's talk about some Vanquish Soul cards. I want to purge these last three from my mind as soon as possible. Alrighty, novelty. We're already working with Vanquish Soul stuff. The question is, does it do anything different for Vanquish Soul? I guess the field spell is a little funky. It does actually care about things that are not darks, earths, and fires. And it gives an actual field spell. And?
A third Earth, because it has been left out because Fenrir is a thing.
And a third Earth. We'll give it a 2 in novelty. It's got a little new stuff. A little bit.
Better than I expected.
Alright. Objectivity. I think the power level of these cards are fine. I don't see any issue with it. If a card lets you punch yourself in the face for no value, if you're not thinking about it, then I think that really says a lot about the design of the card. So, a little extra bonuses, but not too rough on the metagame. Not any more than it already is. Vanquish Soul. Versatility. Will these see play in a lot of decks? Well, I think we've already established that Vanquish Souls plays well with other decks, but not necessarily it doesn't necessarily go out there and enrich other decks. So that's like a 2. We get to play other cards, and Select Your Soul continues that tradition, and once again, even more so by bringing the other attributes into the fold. And awesomeness. Look, it's Radiclaw. It's the 90s dinosaur that we all know and love. It's a radical Rex. How can you not like that? It's a 5. 14 on the Nova scale. Hope you enjoy, you son of a gun. All right, any other bozo remarks before we move on to our next segment?
If only you call a preview of what is to come a bozo remark. So,
the perfect
I
bozo
have
remark.
So I made those 5 cards very quickly at near the beginning of the month of just, okay, ideas ready. I'll just make them in a week. And then I've been using this entire month to plan out how the Burning Engine cards are going to be released. And I don't need to make many more models. All I need to do is pose some characters, put some lighting in a background, and boom, I will have basically the entire archetype ready. But it will be drip fed like a classic TCG archetype, where you'll get 5 cards each month. And you, Nova, are going to be challenged with piecing together what the lore is. I will have the lore written out on my own personal server as just a backup to show that it's proof that it was written a while ago. And I want to see how well you can interpret lore by card effects, names, artwork, and just my general sense of humor.
Oh, buddy, you are giving me the greatest gift I could ever ask for. I'm looking forward to this new year of Burning Engine lore.
The Age of Fire has begun, and these starbound warriors don't plan to miss it.
Let a new cosmic age begin!
Oh, and Arctics or Drytrons are there for some reason, so watch out for that.
Uh-oh. It looks like they're going to put our operations on ice. Because they're polar bears!
Oh, it's not going to end well for them.
All right. Thank you again very much. And I look forward to the future. Take care, all right?
Yeah. Oh, also, how did my mic sound since I can't really hear it that well? I got it for Christmas.
Oh, it sounds like a dream.
Perfect. All right. I will enjoy the rest of the stream and make a burger.
Oh, definitely make that burger. Big burgy time. All right, bye. Okay, all right. We have three more presenters, but we are on hour 3, and I haven't done an ad to get rid of those pre-rolls in a while, and I need to get more drink, so I'm going to go ahead and roll those ads. We'll be out for a couple of minutes. Don't you worry, we're not going to do anything until they are done, and then when they're done, I'm going to come back, Night C, if you are still here. I'm going to figure out some vampire lore to give you. Very sorry it's taking this long. Don't no one go nowhere. In fact, bring your friends, because we've still got a lot more custom to talk about. See all you soon. Okay. Got my drink. And getting a little famished, so I'm going to grab some of my food here. Oh. Spamming? Someone spamming? Oh, should we spam Eldritch again? Okay, I thought we were in danger of some spam bot or something. I was incorrect. Okay, yes. Also redeems. Let's double check those redeems. Now that we don't have any other presenters, we don't need to worry about keeping anyone on hold. Okay, we got that one done. We got Sermon King's fist bump done. Okay, so, Marluxia is a girl, paid 2,000 channel points for the orbital platform announcement. Attention orbital platform, if I see a single Ojama being sucked out the airlock, I will unleash the Ojama country on the entire platform. I would like to see you try. Our defenses are too strong for those 0 attack and or 1,000 attack gremlins to show up. It ain't happening. Not on my watch. And then we have 2 Tri-Horn Dragon remarks. One from Shauna Hart. Ojamas are a good way to unwind by hitting them with my tail. They're very good experience. And then from Zeldreka. No, I'd win. I just do it. Have you seen progression pulls? I win all the time. You should watch that last episode. It was pretty good for me, as it turns out. Anything else? Not at the moment. You're doing great, buddy. Yay! Okay, bye! Good kid. Good kid. They'll throw sand at you. In space? I don't think so. Oh, wait. Jackalow. Jackalow's got one more. One more for Tri-Horn Dragon. He's not done yet. Buddy, I need you back out here again. Okay! Nova, it's time for dinner! Can I have the lemon-flavored Ojama this time? Oh, absolutely. Go ahead. Yay! Woo! He's going. I have my ways to fill the platform. Hey, you can try. You can't, you won't win, but you can try. Alright, get ready for munchy noises. I'm about to make some munchy noises. Sean Hart, thank you for these 7 bits. Tri-Horn Dragon's gonna have this little snack for later. Alrighty. Oh, that was too good. I gotta get another bite, actually. I can't just have one. Oh. Trash flavored. No, yeah, that is the flavor of all Ojamas. They taste like just big old piles of trash. Okay. Vampire lore. Vampire lore. I'm trying to think if there's anything, like, interesting going on with vampires. Like, as far as we know, they don't interact with any other archetype in, like, the whole undead sphere. I think everyone knows the fact that there are several vampire cards that are written by the artist for the Castlevania games from the era of Symphony of the Night. A lot of that stuff, even though they're not credited, their art is very clearly done by them. But, like, everyone knows that one. Vampire Takeover is the same city as Vendred City? Ain't no way. Ain't no way that's true. One second. I'm pulling up Vendread Knights. Vampire Takeover. Do we think that Vampire Fraulein is Vampire Baby's babysitter, considering how their effects work together? I guess it does make them big enough to steal something in battle, which synergizes better than any of the other vampires. Does Fraulein have, like, a baby carrier in her art? It doesn't look like it. Yeah. Doesn't appear like that's the case, so... I don't think that's the case. Okay. Here's Vampire Takeover. And here's Vendread Knights. Okay, so... we've got these two next to each other. Interesting thing about Vampire Takeover is that there's very clearly all this industrial buildings, like office spaces, directly next to what looks like just like houses. So it's a very inner city style area. The Vendread Knights area is all office buildings and like that kind of stuff. I don't know if there's anything here that would... there are like regular houses hanging around that might imply that that's not the case. A Vendread Savior's Vampire Vant after his transition. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Vampire Takeover is happening in London. Oh no! Yeah, we're gonna give everyone a little preview of your cards really quickly while I fill up my tumbo. Shauna Hart, thank you for 9 months. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Join the Despot Squad for 9 months. I super appreciate it. The town isn't similar, honestly. It's wholly different. Modern day high rises versus like European pre-modern. God, but I'm on the hook for some vampire lore, but there really isn't a lot of like lore for vampires. And I can't just pull something out of my ass, because then who would I be at that point? I'd be a liar, a sham, a fraud. Well, in the anime, Camula is the last vampire after a vampire genocide. That's kind of funky. They've done so many, like, reference monsters. But they haven't done a vampire monster that's just Camula. They should do that. Man. That barbecue sauce is really good for this chicken, but they never give you enough barbecue sauce for the chicken! Ah! Bujinte vampire, please. I thought Vampire Lady was Camula. I believe Vampire Lady is a DM era card, so it predates Camula. And I don't think that Camula is based on Vampire Lady. There's like a lot of design variations. The hair isn't the same. The dress isn't the same. But I mean, like, it could be a reference. What if it's Hero City after the Vendread zombie virus is gone? I will not be a proponent for Vendreads and Heroes take place in the same city until I see more compelling evidence than they both have skyscrapers. The skyscrapers don't even look the same, folks. Like, we're gonna need to get better about this. Okay, so back on schedule. I've done my snacking. Thank you all for indulging me while I had a little nom nom. Let's go ahead and check out Wolf6196's, aka URTV's cards. Let's go ahead and give him a goosey gander of a look. There's up there. The Discord. There it is. Rubba! Okay. And then we're just gonna move this timer a little somewhere else. That's gonna be up here. Alrighty. So, artwork for all these cards is done by Becky Blair. Website known as Tumblr. Let's go and get Becky's Twitter handle here. We can go ahead and get them credited. What up? What up? Guardian Artist. Oh, and I'll need to post this in a different area because if I post it directly into OBS, it's going to yell at me. There we go. Boom. Pinned. All right. 30 minutes. Put that up there for that. Okay. All right, so Wolf, the art for this card is done by Becky Blair on the website, formerly known as Twitter. If Konami won't retrain the Gate Guardian parts, then it's up to the fans to replace them. Each part summons itself from the hand, provided you can summon another part from your deck that fusion locks you. That way you can summon any of the two-part fusions without risk of being used for Kashtira, fodder, or turning into Barone with any Ghost Girl, purposely going for low versatility. Each part acts as a negate for one of the main card types, then crystallizes, changing its effect to prevent that card type from being used in that column, making a maze of negation your opponent needs to play through, and also giving a reason to try and get your cards into the back row other than just contact fusion. I wish I could have put in some references to how the original cards change attack to 0, but the text has become too bloated already. Alright, well, let's get started here. Let's take a look at the new Gate Guardian, Sangha Gate Guardian of Thunder. This card is always treated as Sangha of the Thunder, however, it is still a Gate Guardian card. If you control no monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand and one Suijin from your deck. However, you cannot summon monsters from your extra deck to activate this effect except fusion monsters. If this card is treated as a continuous spell, your opponent cannot activate the effective monster cards in the same column as this card. When your opponent activates the effect of a monster card as a quick effect, you can place this card in your spell and trap zone as a continuous spell, then negate the activation. You can only use this effect of Sangha, Gate Guardian of Thunder, once per turn. And like they said, I believe this works exactly the same for all of the other ones. Suijin deals with trap cards. opponent can activate trap cards in the same column as this card, and then it hard negates trap cards while on the board. And then Kazejin does the same thing for spell cards. Your opponent can activate spell cards in the same column as this card, and when your opponent activates a spell card as a quick effect, you can place this card in your spell and trap zone as a continuous spell card. We've got them. Check that out. I love the Suijin one. That one gives it a lot more pizzazz, a lot more energy. Okay, and that's the 3 cards that we have, and honestly, they're not bad. I mean, they accomplish exactly what URTV asked to have done with these cards. You get to summon them for free on a blank field. They keep them from being played in just any level 7 strategy, or at least ones that care about using them for Xyz or Synchro plays. It keeps it out of that. Gives you some hard negates, and it helps make your 2 materials. Now, the interesting thing is that their reminder text treats them as their original cards, specifically, not a Suijin card or a Song of the Thunder card, which would normally mean that they take up the same amount of slots as the original. But this is what's throwing me. I assume that it does still count as the originals for the purposes of deck count, but then it also has the conjunctive there that has the more general, there are also Gate Guardian cards. There's actually a lot to talk about on this one, and I think this is kind of uncharted territory. Is there a card that's similar to this that I am not aware of at the moment that might help clarify this? Now I can't play 3 Song of the Thunder in this new retrain. Woe is me. Wording's like the Summoned Skull cards. Summoned Skull. This card is always treated as an Archfiend card. Not that one. Oh, not the original Summoned Skull, but like Ascended Summoned Skull. Archfiend's Ascendant. That's it. Card's name becomes Summoned Skull in the field, but is still treated as a Archfiend card. It's not quite that one. What are the other ones that it does? There's Archfiend's Call and Archfiend's Manifestation are the other 2. Okay. Unfortunately, they don't have the parentheses on there, which is what was the big draw on that one. This is an archetype inclusion. It's name replacement, though. It's both. It name replaces Song of the Thunder, but also gives it archetype inclusion because it's a Gate Guardian card, which is actually also relevant because Dark Element, I think, is the new card. Dark Element. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. And that's pretty huge, because Dark Element requires you to have a Gate Guardian monster in your graveyard to activate it. And previously, it was only original Gate Guardian and all the different fusion monsters. And then the Dark Guardian came out, and it counted as a Gate Guardian monster, so you could throw this into the graveyard to activate that as well. But now, you have 3 more cards that are treated as Gate Guardian cards that could allow you to activate Dark Element. And Dark Element's pretty good. It's a strong-ass card. Couldn't this be fixed by changing it to also always treated as blank name? No, because if it name drops it specifically, then it counts towards deck building restrictions. If it said it counted it as a Sangha of the Thunder card, then that would. But that's the thing, right? Because if you say if it counts as a Sangha of the Thunder card or a Suijin card, it would technically have that name in it, but it would never be treated as that specific name. so you wouldn't be able to use it for cards that specifically look for those monsters, like the new spells and traps do. They specifically look for those particular monsters to put into your back row. And dropping the Gate Guardian part. No, you have to have it one way or the other. But honestly, it's not like it matters. Because if you have access to these, why would you ever play the original? If you just make these count as the originals so that they do end up working with your new spell and trap plays in the back row effects, there's no reason to play the old ones, because the old ones stink. These have the same stats, and they do more stuff. Like, it's just better to run these. So there's like, if some ding dong wanted to go to a tournament and like play 3 copies of these ones and 3 copies of the old ones, then we'd have to talk to a head judge about what exactly this templating is supposed to mean. But, you know, optimally, you're just running these ones. Because the originals aren't outed by Blue Eyes. Yeah, you're right. Why in the world would I be worried about being outed by that when I have something sitting in my extra deck that also has the same effect? You're right. I have to worry about that. Yuma Guren, thank you so much for following here on the Orbital platform. I hope you will stick around and enjoy this custom card concoctions that we are looking at from our dear patrons. But the conversation about the name restriction here has kind of overshadowed the entire conversation at this point. These all basically do the same things, but for different card types, which are all very strong. There isn't really much else to discuss, so we're just going to move on to the Nova scale so we can cover these. So, novelty. What are we doing with novelty on this one? These cards are not necessarily new because they are made for an existing archetype in Gate Guardian. The way that they summon is almost like incantations in a way. Like, we've seen something similar to this. It gets them onto the board. It's free summoning. It locks us off of ranks of Xyz and Synchro plays and Link plays too. It's only fusion stuff that we can do with this. So my dreams of branded Gate Guardian are still on the table, which is great. So I think in terms of novelty, we can give it a 3. At the end of the day, these cards are all just negates, which we've seen 100 times before. But the way they deploy, I think, is pretty cool. I like how it works. And the way that they like have a negate and then they are a column-specific floodgate is actually kind of cool. So it's a 3 on novelty on that one. Found you on Dueling Nexus. Oh, that's pretty cool. Folks, for those of you who don't know, and I've got to get that link set up soon, but I've actually got sleeves custom made for Dueling Nexus if you ever play there. I'm going to get my link set up so you can sign up for it. So don't miss out. Okay. Objectivity. Now, that being said, do these cards become a problem? I'm actually kind of worried, to be honest. As stated by URTV, these by themselves create the 2 combination Gate Guardians. And if you banish them, then of course you're not going to be able to get the 3-mat one, but we have ways of returning cards to the graveyard to make that work. So that's not necessarily an issue. Each one of these represents 2 negates, because you get Sangha. Sangha grabs Suijin, and now you can keep monster effects and trap effects. One of each negated, and then you can put them in a column, and they prevent an activation of those kinds of effects. So that's pretty strong by itself. Sangha also skill drains an extra monster zone. That is true. You can put it in an EMZ column and take up the other one to prevent monster effects from activating. So that's pretty good. And having freer access to the 2 mats is a little silly, because we have our choices between the Spell and Trap Searcher, which can itself either get a quick effect removal or an OTK tool in Riryoku Force. We get the Spell and Trap Negator. So we just get to hit double, like you just get to negate 2 of those per turn. Or you get the Attack Reducer twice per turn. So you get all of those off a single card activation. I think the Kazugen Suijin fusion is the negate. I think it's Suijin Songa is attack and defense. Songa Kazugen is the spell trap searcher. And then, yeah, Kazugen Suijin, you're right, is the spell trap negate. So, obviously, any one of them doesn't represent all of them, but it does represent 2 of them by itself. So, just huge stuff. Huge stuff on this one. And then, of course, you don't even have to cash those in. You can just get your 3rd one into rotation using a number of your effects, like the Labyrinth Field spell. And then you're cooked. And so now you have really easy access to a monster that negates 3 targeted effects each turn, which itself floats into the 2 mats when it goes away. I might be worrying too much. I admit this, but how good the Gate Guardian fusions are balanced out by just how crummy and miserable it is to play the cards that lead up to it. When you make those good, that has a knock-on effect for the whole rest of the archetype. So I'm giving it a 4 in objectivity. Problem-solving card text is, I believe, clean. Power, I'm a little worried about, so we're going to give it a 4. Versatility. Does the C play in everything? Well, it does not. By dint of the fact that it locks you into fusion summoning, you're not going to play any deck that wants synchros, or Xyz, or link monsters. But, big but here, if you don't care about any of those, if you are a fusion deck, or if you are a ritual deck, these represent 2 free negates and gigantic bodies, and if they fit your fusion material requirements, you get to have that. If they fit your if they have the levels, which, you know, they're 7s, they're going to cover a lot of things, that covers that. Imagine playing these in Silent Forcer, right? If you run Suijin and Songa, draw either of those, and then summon them, you get to negate a Nibiru, Ash Blossom, or Valor, and an Imperm. All while not locking you out of any other kind of summon. That's pretty good. So I am inclined to say that despite its restrictions, the value it can get for you puts it at a 3. I could see these being played in certain decks as just a goofy engine. And for awesomeness, of course it's getting a 5. Of course it's getting a 5. Skate Guardian retrains? Finally! URTV was right. We needed to have some retrains, and they didn't do it for us, and they went out on a limb, and they made it for us. So, God bless. God friggin' bless. If you don't play all 3 of them, one of them becomes a brick. You don't have to. Oh, these ones summon a specific one from the deck. Okay, well then never mind. So it's not. I got it in my head that you can summon any of them with them. But fine, you could run 3 of them and then you just get free negates off it. It's fine. I'm not going to turn my nose up at another free negate. If it stops my opponent from resolving a pot of card, if we get Kazugen on board, then it's all good. Finally, the Gate Guardian. I'm going Gate Guardian mode. I'm doing it right now. So 15 on this one. 15. Excellent series of cards. Good stuff. Grand stuff, even. Missing capital on fusion, minus 5,000 points. I mean, no, there we go. Actually, you found it. You found the thing that makes me just, not even less points, I'm just disqualifying it. Okay. That does it for the Gay Guardian stuff. Once again, URTV, thank you 1,000,000%. Let's go ahead and head back to Dueling Book. We've got two more cards to talk about, and or not cards, two more sets of cards to talk about. And I need to go back on Discord because I have been sent information to share. We're gonna put this back over there. There we go. Also, this could do a little bit of, this could go a little bit of centering. There we go. We need a Yu-Gi-Oh series that's just armor cards. Essentially, yes, we need the cloth armor cards. We need them. Gimme. Tired of not having them. We deserve cloth armor cards. Lord of the Red was not enough. Okay, so Zaldreka's cards. Artists from Fate Go, Yu-Gi-Oh, and other real images. Also, here's the general outline for the Pendulum and main deck the Pendulum main deck monsters. Please read it first. So it is the Ella Manifestations, generally level 11, illusionist pendulum monsters with 3x00 attack and 3x00 defense. They are if their scale is they're a scale 10 if they're fire, wind, or light, and a scale 12 if they are water, earth, or dark. Pendulum effect, as a quick effect, you can use this effect once per turn. Ella Manifest cards you control cannot be targeted by card effects, just at all. You cannot summon monsters from the extra deck except illusionist monsters. This effect cannot be negated. You can only control one copy of each of these cards. This is the monster effect part now. If this card is in your hand, you can discard one other card or banish a monster card from your field face down. I'm going to go ahead and put this on the timer. If this card is in your hand, you can discard one other card or banish one monster card from your field face down. Place both this card and an opposite attribute Ella Manifest Pendulum monster from your deck in your Pendulum zone. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. Thank you for remembering the one thing illusionists are supposed to do. If this is the only monster you control, this card can attack all monsters your opponent controls once each. Destroy one other card you control as a quick effect, same as the Pendulum effect. To set 2 into the Pendulum scales, I imagine. Author's note, the targeting prevention is symmetrical, so you also can't target your Ella Manifest cards. Intriguing. Very interesting. Okay, so. Starting out with Ella Manifester, a level 1. This is going to immediately eschew everything we just talked about. Ella Manifester. Level 1 Dark Illusion Tuner monster with 400 attack and defense. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. Return this card from the field to the hand. Add an Ella Manifest card from your deck to your hand. Banish this card from your graveyard, except the turn it was sent there. Add an Ella Manifest card from your graveyard or face-up extra deck to the hand. You only use each effect of this card once per turn. So you return it, you get to search your deck for a card. And if it's in your graveyard, you can banish it to take from either of your graveyards, either your regular graveyard or face-up extra deck, and put it in your hand. Okay. So just a good card that it just grabs you cards. And it can't be destroyed by battle. You forgot that they all have a passive effect while as a monster. No, I think we went over that. There just wasn't anything additional on there, so we just kind of went over it really quickly. Okay, so Next up, Ella Manifested Miracle. Okay. Quick play spell card. Place an Ella Manifest Pendulum card from your hand, field, grave, or that is banished in your extra deck face up, or banish one card from your hand or field face down to add an Ella Manifest monster from your deck or graveyard or that's banished to your hand. Then if you control no monsters with the attribute of the monster you added, you can draw a card. If you have 6 Ella Manifest monster cards with different elements in your field, pendulum zone, and or face-up extra deck, you can banish this card from your graveyard. Shuffle all cards from both players' field, grave, and are banished into the deck. This effect cannot be negated. If you successfully resolve this card's second effect, you can place 2 differently named Ella Manifest Pendulum monsters from your deck in your pendulum zones. You can only use each effect of this card once per turn. You cannot summon monsters from the extra deck except illusionist monsters the turn you activate any effect of Ella Manifested Miracle. Woof! Oh, I should reset the scale here. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, so you either get to put it. So the first thing, you either get to put an Ella Manifest Pendulum card into your face-up extra deck from a variety of zones, or search for an Ella Manifest monster from a variety of zones, potentially drawing you a card. So it's a cantrip on top of everything else. Okay. Then, on top of that, once you reach the critical mass of 6 elements, you get to reset the board a la a Sophia effect, but then we also get to set up our scales. It's 2 types of costs. Place 1 or banish 1 card. Add an element from your hand. Oh, okay. Okay, so as cost, I feel like we're always doing this first one. I don't know. Under desperate circumstances, we could do the second one, but I feel like in most situations, we're going to do the foolish here because then that sets up our extra deck, and then we get to add, and then we get to cantrip. So that's pretty good. Then, when we get our critical mass, we can do the Sophia thing. Then when that's successful, we get to set up our pendulum zones. Yeah, this card is wacky. Okay. Next up is Ella Manifestival. What a wonderful name, Ella Manifestival. Field spell card. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the activation of this card. They're not going to do it. You cannot summon monsters from the extra deck except illusion monsters. This effect cannot be negated. Okay. All illusionist monsters you control gain 200 attack and defense for each different attribute of monster card you control. Okay. We do like little passive buffs like that. During your turn, while your opponent controls more cards than you do and you control no monsters special summoned from the extra deck except illusion monsters, the effects of all face-up cards your opponent controls are negated. I guess only during your turn, so at least it's not stopping it during your opponent's turn, which would have been brutal, but it does lock your opponent out of a lot of interaction. During your main phase, you can add an Ella Manifester from your deck, grave, or that is banished to your hand. Specifically Ella Manifester, so it's this guy we talked about previously. And if you pendulum summon an Ella Manifest monster, reveal an Ella Manifest monster from your deck that does not share an attribute with any monster card that you control. You can activate one of the following effects. Either add the revealed monster to your hand, special summon the revealed monster, or place the revealed monster in your extra deck face up. You can only activate each effect of Ella Manifestival once per turn. Oh, wow. Wow, that's a doozy. So, this is going to hit the board no matter what. Summon lock. So, keeps us locked into our own archetype. Though, I guess it only restricts extra deck summons, so there's like main deck stuff we could do. Potentially huge attack boost. A floodgate, as long as you don't control any monster special from the extra deck. Except illusionist monsters, so I assume all of our... Yeah, all of our pendulum monsters aren't going to trip this. And it negates the effects of all face-up cards your opponent controls as a floodgate type effect. So if they play like an imperm or something, that'll get negated. But if they use Effect Veiler, that's not going to get negated because that was never on the field. And then it searches you Ela Manifester. Golly, that's a lot of stuff. It gets you Ela Manifester, and it gets you another Ela Manifest when you Pendulum Summon. Whoa, value. Okay, Ela Manifestinate. Normal trap card. If you control no cards, you can activate this card from your hand. If you do, you cannot summon except special summon. You cannot summon monsters except illusion monsters until the end of your next turn. Banish up to 3 Ela Manifest monster cards face down. Up to 3 from your hand. 1 from your field. 1 from your face-up extra deck. And 1 from your regular deck. Minimum 1. Activate effects based on the number of cards banished face down as cost in the following order. 0. You can draw an additional card during your next draw phase for each card banished face down from your hand as cost for this card. 1 or more, you can place an Ela Manifest Pendulum monster with a scale of 12 from your deck in your Pendulum Zone, or you can banish a monster your opponent controls that shares an attribute with an illusionist monster you control. With 2 or more, you can then place an Ela Manifest Pendulum monster with a scale of 10 from your deck in your Pendulum Zone, or you can banish a spell or trap card your opponent controls, and if you banished 3, until the end of the turn, Ela Manifest cards you control cannot have their effects negated. Hush Phone. Your opponent cannot negate the activation or effects of this card. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the activation of this card. Oh, wow, okay. That's a lot. So, as long as your field is blank, you get to play this. You get to banish 3 of them. And while up to 3 of them can be from your hand, 1 can be from your field. 1 is from your face-up extra deck, and 1 is from your deck. So, it takes a little bit of setup. You can't just use this immediately, but once you do, your next draw phase will draw you 4 cards. Complete your scales. And keeps your effects from not being activated. You can do the setup or drop your entire hand on it. That is a choice. That is a chance. Woof. That's kind of seems goofy, like the Goofy movie. Okay. Ela Manifestation Infinity Over Limit is a level 12 light illusion synchro monster with 4,000 attack and 3,500 defense, requiring Ela Manifester and Ela Manifestation Absolute Limit, which is this one right here. Must be synchro summoned and cannot be special summoned by other ways. This card must be synchro summoned using the above materials. You can only control 1 copy of this card. You cannot summon monsters from the extra deck except illusion monsters the turn you summon this card. If this card destroys a battle monster, neither card can be destroyed by that battle, as you do. If you only control illusion monsters, this card can attack all monsters your opponent controls twice each. That's some Lunalight Cat Dancer stuff right there. Quick effect, place a card in your opponent's field, grave, or is banished on the bottom of their deck. Only uses effect up to twice per turn. Other Ela Manifest cards you control cannot be destroyed or banished by your opponent's card effects. That's a pretty strong boss monster. We got to run through this one more time. So if we get the exact Ela Manifester and Ela Manifestation Absolute Limit together, they come together to make Infinity Over Limit. You're locked out of summoning anything but illusions from the extra deck. Has the regular illusion effect. can double attack if all you control is illusions, and because you're not destroying the monster by battle, you're not getting rid of a source of damage, so you can hit with 4K twice on a single monster, and then if they have another, you can do it again. Up to twice per turn, it's Graveyard Disruption, except it's not just Graveyard Disruption, it's also Field and Banished, so I guess good luck to Pearly Noir, you've been power crept in that regard. And then it keeps your other Elemanifest cards from being destroyed. It's cards, so it keeps your scale safe, too. Wow. Yeah, that's a game ender. That is a big game ender. No two ways about it. Okay. Well, we've got some time. We still have these left over. Let's see if we can really quickly run through the rest of these. We already know a lot of these effects already because of the intro. So really, it's only the passive effects we need to know about these ones. And then these all have different like attack and defense value stats. But we can see that. Absolute Limit has 3600 attack, 3100 defense. Its passive: if an Elemanifest monster attacks or is attacked, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects till the end of the damage step. So this is an Armades. Entropy. Your opponent must pay 500 life points to normal or special summon monsters. 3500 attack, 3200 defense. Exosphere. 3400 attack, 3300 defense. Any effect or battle that would inflict damage to you makes you gain that much life points instead. Oh. Gravity. 3100 attack, 3600 defense. All monsters except illusion monsters have their attack and defense halved when they are summoned. Elemanifestation Stillness. 3200 attack, 3500 defense. Monsters on the field cannot activate or resolve their effects the turn they are summoned. And then Elemanifestation Tectonic. 3300 attack, 3400 defense. All monsters except illusionist monsters have their battle position changed to face up defense when summoned. Egads. Okay, also Pend effect. Quick effect of Absolute. Place one card on your opponent's field on the top of their deck. Oh, you just have to do that. Opponent's field on top of their deck. Okay. Entropy. Destroy a card your opponent controls. Okay. Return one card your opponent controls to the hand with the Exosphere. Gravity. Change one monster to face on defense position. Stillness. Quick effect. Target a monster your opponent controls. That target cannot be used as material for these summons, and monsters with that target's name cannot activate or resolve their effects for the rest of the turn, so that's a negate. And Tectonic. Quick effect. Banish up to 3 cards in either player's graveyard. Those are all pretty powerful disruptions at quick speed. Okay, well, that's heinous. And powerful. Let's do the Nova scale. I gotta know how this lands. So, novelty. We've got a series of gigantic monsters who are good in battle, have a number of disruptive effects when they're there, and they're easily searchable by a number of cards that will grab specific Elemanifestations right out of our deck. Novelty on this one. I think, despite everything, I'm having trouble thinking about any other theme that's like this. Like, clearly, Pendulum is a gigantic pile that will absorb anything, but I don't know if they absorb these quite so particularly. They feel pretty insular. And they're all pretty strong. I think we can give the Elemanifestations a 4. There's some big control energy going on here that feels like it's been blueprinted on from a previous design document. But I think this is a pretty new way to play with pendulums. So I think it gets a 4. Objectivity. Okay, so what gets me is that, yeah, these are, like, not good low scales, but they don't have any locks, I don't think. No, what I'm talking about, they say you can't special summon from the extra deck except illusion monsters. So it's actually a pretty big lock, considering there's very few illusionist extra deck monsters right now. So you'd be getting a lot of good utility effects, but you're giving up the ability to use anything but illusion monsters from your extra deck. And I don't think that flies very well. That being said, God, some of these effects are so powerful. Like, as quick effects, these are all costless interaction. Element Festival provides so much. Objectivity is like a 2. There is too much going on here for these not to be outrageously overtuned and powerful. Versatility. Do these see play in a lot of decks? Well, the fact that it only works in decks that play illusionist monsters from the extra deck is going to limit the crowd, considering how new it all is, and it doesn't do anything outside of that to really warrant attention. It doesn't do anything outside of that to really splash cards in. A lot of these things, like other Ele Manifestation cards, they like to banish them for stuff, so I think it gets a 1 in versatility. I don't see many people playing this, no matter how strong it actually is. I just don't see the crossover appeal. And lastly is awesomeness. Okay, so they do everything. They're very powerful. They've got a great resource engine. And, what? They'll all get blown up. No, I'm thinking something different. They're all just like, they're gonna blow things up. And then Infinity over 0 is also a pretty ridiculous card. So, I don't know. I think it's like a 3 in awesomeness. They're very powerful, but they just feel like they got like walls of text, and they do just a lot of really good stuff. Very strong, but I don't know if there's like any interesting deck building restrictions that would make me want to play it. Force on me when I only had 3 monsters to attack. I was just joined. You can just discard 1 at the end of the combo to put the 2 in the pendulum zone. Hey, that seems pretty easy to do. Alrighty, so with all of that put together, the Ele Manifestations get a 10 on the Nova scale. A good, just middle of the road archetype. Zeldreka, thank you so much for, and I it's weird to say a middle of the road archetype when so many of these cards are busted out the wazoo. I think the fact that they're pendulums and only let you use illusion really dampen what could have been a powerful additional engine, and I'm glad that it was dampened, because holy cow, this archetype could get out of hand. Boof. So yeah, Zaldreka, thank you so much for sharing. I super appreciate you bringing that in. And I will talk to you later. All right? I gotta stretch. Before I do anything else, I gotta stretch. Oh, everyone. Everyone, get up and do a stretch break. Whew. All right. We've got one more. We got one more series of cards to talk about today. Just one. And then we'll be free until we run into what tomorrow holds. Hey, sure hit duelist, how's it going? I have a request. Read the lore after each set. So for the first, it's not Abyss. The second's Abyss. So read your cards first and then read what's in the Discord. Is that it? Because you're up next. Let's get a little bit of that barbecue back on here. Just a little scoop it on here. Okay, sounds good. All right. Magic Customers subs only. They're for my patrons specifically. They're joined in $5 tier or higher. They can send it in, and all the rules are on there. But in general, we look at 5 of the cards out of their archetype, or we guarantee we talk about more if we have more time over the course of the 15 minutes, and then we grade them. Yeah. This is day 1. We're doing another one tomorrow, and then we're doing 4 more over the course of the next weekend. So there's still plenty of time to sign up if you're interested. If not, hey, enjoy the show. Hope you enjoy sticking around. All right, let's grab Marluxia's cards. Reading rules. What is this, some kind of children's card game? Pfft, you wish. Alright, so Marluxia's a Girl has 5 cards here that we are going to talk about. A continuation of the lore that they had started last time. And we're going to start with, as their post has told us, to start with Tellarknight Advent. All right. Tellarknight Advent is a quick play spell card. This card is also treated as a terminal record card. Now, for a reminder, we had some pretty powerful cards from last time that revolved around terminal record cards. And it's going to be tying together all of the lore in the terminal record. Tribute an Xyz monster you control, then target 2/2/3 Tellarknight monsters in your graveyard. Special summon a rank 4 Tellarknight monster from your extra deck, then attach those targets in your graveyard to that Xyz monster as material. This is treated as an Xyz summon. If you targeted a Tellarknight Xyz monster in your graveyard at activation, you can also Xyz summon a rank 5 light Xyz monster. While this card is in your graveyard, all Xyz monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle or card effect. Oh, wow, that is ridiculous right off the bat. So, it's made for Tellarknights. And a lot of the balancing factors for Tellarknights is that they have to be used in their own archetype. A lot of them Xeno-lock you into stuff. This helps with that because you're playing it at quick effect speed. So what one could do is have any Xyz monster on board, and of course have like your Tellarknights in your graveyard. You want to be able to have at least 2 or 3 to use for the effect. And then during your opponent's end phase, you go, okay, Tellarknight Advent, tribute the Xyz monster. Target the 3 Tellarknights in my graveyard. Make Triver, put that under there, and because it is an Xyz summon, you bounce the entire board, roll back immediately to the next turn, and those restrictions should go away. Unless I'm missing something about Triver, this seems like an incredible way to utilize the bounce while running into the restriction as little as possible. And you can also rank up into a rank 5 if you want. It doesn't even have to be a Tellarknight one. It can just be a rank 5 light Xyz monster. And then, if that wasn't enough, we are taking cues from old Magic the Gathering card design and giving this a very powerful continuous effect while in the graveyard. Holy cow, making all your Xyz monsters indestructible is a huge boon. Holy cow, this is off to a great start. Next is Tellarknight Orphinchus. Orphinchus. Alright, so Tellarknight Orphinchus. Rank 5 light Xyz monster with 2800 attack, 2300 defense. Is also a terminal record monster. Requires 2 level 5 light monsters as material. Tellarknight monsters you control gain 500 attack during your turn only. While this card has Xyz material, all Xyz monsters you control cannot be destroyed by monster effects. And once per turn, you can detach a material from this card. And for the rest of the turn, all Tellarknight monsters you control can attack directly, but when they do so using this effect, the battle damage they inflict is halved. Orphan just as a constellation, so it works. Makes sense, makes sense. Okay, so on your turn, 500 point boost, making this a 3,300 on the aggro. It keeps all your Xyz monsters from being destroyed by monster effects, though if you have Tellarknight Advent in your graveyard, it doesn't much matter. Once per turn, you can detach a material from this card for the rest of the turn. All Tellarknight monsters you control can attack directly. So they can deal battle damage, but it's halved, which isn't a problem at some point because you just assemble so many of them that you just go for game on it. It's pretty good. Okay. Pretty grody in a good way. Let's change subjects to Shadal Betrayal, a field spell card. When this card is activated, send the top card of your deck to the graveyard. All Shadal monsters you control gain 300 attack during your turn only. You can target a Shadal monster in your graveyard, shuffle it into the deck, and if you do, send a Shadal monster with a different name from your deck to the graveyard. So, potentially mills you something good. Gives you a big attack boost. No, a pretty small attack boost, all things considered, during your turn only. And then you get to Shuffle Send, which is like the big reason to play this card, I think. Take any shit on your graveyard, recycle it, grab another one. Take your fusions, put it in your deck, send a monster from deck to graveyard. That's great value every turn. Incredible value every turn. Alright. El Shadal Apophis is the next one. Link 2, Psychic Link monster with 1500 attack. Requiring 2 Shadal monsters with different types and attributes as material. So we're going to have to utilize these structure deck ones. Shadal monsters you control cannot be targeted by Synchro or Xyz monster effects. Once per turn, you can send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. Shuffle all cards your opponent controls into the... Okay, shuffle cards your opponent controls into the deck up to the number of Shadal monsters sent to the graveyard by this effect. Monsters sent to the graveyard by this effect have their effects negated until the end of this turn. Huh. So, it's random what you negate, because it depends on the Shadals that you mill, and that could get pretty good if you mill the right ones. Otherwise, you just have a top 3 miller that doesn't do anything. And you don't even get the bonus, right? Send the top 3 cards to the graveyard. Bonus in the deck. You don't even get the effect, yeah, because monsters sent to the grave by this effect have their effects negated until the end of their turn. I don't know what this is for, to be honest. I might be missing something, but I don't know what this is for. Alright, lastly, any of the Dogmatica cards. Got these 3. Let's go ahead and read Dogmatica Secrets. Quick play spell card. This is also treated as a terminal record card. Add a Dogmatica card from your deck to your hand, except secrets. If your Dogmatica monsters would be destroyed by a battle or by an opponent's card effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard instead. Ooh, I would play that in a heartbeat in Branded. That gets us friggin'... It gets us Quem. Just grab Quem. Whoop, in my hand. Okay, and then some protection in graveyard. Not as much protection as the other one, but it'll do. Okay. Lore time. Lore time. Boom. Okay. Lore. The story so far. Our hero, Shunjinko, had become a ritual beast tamer, taking the nickname of Shun. During that time, the Shadal had started their dark puppetry. To fight against them, Shun would help the Teller Knights, becoming Satellar Knight Orphinchus. However, the possessed window would ambush Orphinchus, dragging him into the dark world of Tierra. In that world, Orphinchus would be corrupted, becoming El Shadal Apophis, which will become what will become of our hero next. But in another world, a new story had begun. The fourth terminal record had chosen a hero. Daniel, a boy from South Africa, had been sent to the city of the Dogmatica. A stranger in a strange land, Daniel would steal a set of armor from the Dogmatica barracks, becoming the Vanguard. But in this city, there were secrets that were hidden from all. However, he was caught, leading to a chase through the city. The chase would end through another accidental intervention. Albaz, fallen from the abyss, would land in the city of Dogmatica. The impact blasted Daniel away from the Dogmatica city, destroying all the armor he wore except the gauntlet and bracer on his left arm. It was a few days later when he would be awoken on the ship Explorer. He was now in the Grand Sea of Golgonda, found by the Spriggan's crew. What will happen to Daniel next? Ooh, spookums. Spook 'em ups, I say. Alrighty. We still got a bit of time. Let's check those other cards real quick. Okay. Dogmatica Daniel, the Vanguard of the Terminal Record, is a level 7 light warrior monster with 1500 attack and 2700 defense. If this card's name is treated as Fallen of Albaz while on the field or in the graveyard, if you control a non-ritual Dogmatica monster, you can special summon this card from your hand or graveyard. All non-ritual Dogmatica monsters you control cannot be targeted or destroyed by card effects. Once per turn as a quick effect, you can send one monster you control to the graveyard. All monsters your opponent controls that were special summoned from the extra deck cannot attack monsters you control for the rest of the turn. Huh. Interesting bit of cards there. The non-ritual implies that this seems to be happening shortly after Albaz showed up, which the allowance for non-ritual makes sense because none of them were rituals for a long while. And by none of them, I mean the armor of Cartesia. So it would take a little bit. Got summons help from the hand or graveyard. That's very powerful. Is this like a free card for just having a non-ritual Dogmatica? Okay, so, that's pretty good there. Let's go ahead and Blasted from Central Dogmatica. Continuous trap card. You can only control one Blasted from Central Dogmatica. Your opponent cannot respond to this card's effects with monsters special summoned from the extra deck. When your opponent special summons a Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link monster, you can send one monster from your extra deck to the graveyard. This turn, it has its effects negated, its attack becomes 0, and it cannot be used as material for a Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link summon. You can only use the effect of Blasted from Central Dogmatica once per turn, and it will activate one effect of this card once per turn. Also free material for Branded Fusion. I don't really understand. For the Branded Fusion stuff. But branded from Central Dog or blasted from Central Dogmatic ain't bad. He's also treated as Fallen of Albaz. Yeah, once he's in the graveyard, right? This card's name is treated as well in the field or in the graveyard. Yeah, so we'd have to send him with, like, we could send him with Albion, though. That is true. He's a light monster that's treated as Albaz, which is pretty good in that regard. Then you can send it for Albion, and then boom, there. That's Albaz. You'd send 2 Albazes. And yeah, so Blasted sends a monster from the extra deck to the graveyard, so you can get those effects of those monsters in the graveyard the next turn. Or at the end phase. I believe the end phase is more customary. Okay, well, that's all of them. Nova scale. What are we thinking on the Nova scale? So we have a bunch of support cards for dual terminal, but we also have Dogmatica cards. I'm not sure which one to do a Nova scale on. I'm concerned that these suck. Well, I won't say that they suck. There's actually a pretty big, like, I would say there's a pretty big, like, swing in power level, if that makes sense. Should we do for the Nova scale, should we do the dual terminal stuff, or should we do the Dogmatica stuff? I think those two are different enough that we would have to separate them into their own categories. There's the timer. Alright, chat. Are we doing Nova Scale on the dual terminal cards? Or are we doing it on the Dogmatica cards? I'm seeing 2 for Dogmatica. Sorry for the stepping up again. I'm falling asleep on my butt. Like I said, 4 hours of streaming and not a lot of sleep will do that to a man. Oh, let's trip over stuff. Okay, Dogmatica. People want to see how the Dogmatica stuff lines up. Okay, so novelty, we are, of course, as usual, working off of a 4 at the most, because we're basing it off of an archetype that already exists. Dogmatica Secrets just adds any Dogmatica card, which is just like 3 more copies of Dogmatica Matrix, 3 more copies of Ecclesia, Fleur, and it protects the card. It's like another branded opening for us specifically. So this is a great card. Dogmatica Daniel counts as Albaz for things that care about Albaz. Special summon this from your hand or graveyard. That's a huge one. We get it for free if we control a non-ritual Dogmatica monster, which includes Quem. All non-ritual Dogmaticas you control cannot be targeted or destroyed by card effects. Once again, includes Quem. Once per turn, as a quick effect, you can send a monster you control to the graveyard. All monsters your opponent controls that were special summoned from the extra deck cannot attack monsters you control for the rest of the turn. That's like an interesting twist on the fact that many of the Dogmatica main deck monsters cannot be destroyed by battle with monsters special summoned from the extra deck. It just makes it so they can't fight them. It's very helpful in making our rituals because it's 6 levels. It's half of Zoa and is more than enough, I think, for White Relic and White Knight. So that's pretty strong. And then Blasted from Central Dogmatica. The Fusion Synchro Exceeding Link monster. You can send a monster from your extract to the graveyard. This turn has its effects negated, it's X0, and it cannot be used as material for a summon. And Blasted from Central Dogmatica is just good. Like, I could see several decks running this. There's a lot of monsters in the extract you want to send directly to the graveyard. This helps you do that, while also negating and blanking a monster. And, yeah, it is for this turn, so it's not applying forever, but it is a pretty good one. So that being said, I'm struggling to find a lot of novelty in these cards. They do a lot of things that we already see in other archetypes. I think the fact that Daniel specifically eschews the ritual mindset that modern Dogmatica has going is pretty cool, but it still works really well for the game plan of those cards. It's just that it specifically doesn't summon itself if you have a non-ritual Dogmatica, but there's plenty of good ones that you can play. So we're going to give it a 2 in novelty. There's some ideas going on here for that. Objectivity. Do these cards shake up the meta? Is their problem-solving card text good? I believe the problem-solving card text is pretty strong. Blasted from Central Dogmatica is a cool negation tool. Though what I think is important, though, is that it mentions when these kinds of monsters are summoned, period, so you can activate it if these get summoned from the graveyard or something. But it only ceases responses from monsters special summoned from the extra deck. So if they are summoning it from the graveyard or from the banished zone, then they can respond however they want. Daniel is an interesting card. I wouldn't necessarily say it's strong. Dogmatica Secrets opens up the whole Dogmatica archetype for a lot more consistency, but I don't think like Albazoa already has a ton of outs anyway. Like, as long as you have a fissure, the card is out there. So I think objectivity is a 5 here. Versatility. Do these cards see play in a lot of decks? Dogmatica tends to extra deck lock itself fairly easily, but people do still play Nadir Servant for a lot of reasons. And while Dogmatica Secrets won't get Albaz like Nadir does, very few people use it for that. They're usually trying to grab either Ecclesia or Quem with that. Dogmatica Secrets does both while providing graveyard protection and not causing any kind of weird bricking. Dogmatica Daniel could see play in branded decks at large because, like we said, Quem is a Dogmatica monster, thus can be summoned for free. Though I don't know what its deal is. You might be able to use the effect to keep our not Dogmaticas from being attacked by monsters summoned from the extra deck, but if our opponent doesn't do that, that effect isn't really going to help us. And lastly, Blasted from Central Dogmatica is just a really good card in general. You can play this in a lot of decks just as a way to vent your extra deck and also negate a monster and make it an itty-witty bittle baby. So I can see it being played in a few decks. We'll give it a 2 in versatility. There are a lot of decks that Blasted and Secrets could be played in, but the ones that will opt to do that I don't think are very high. And as far as awesomeness goes, look, it's lore cards, okay? I'm sorry. It's who I am. I gotta give it a 5. I love when people make that stuff. So we're getting a 14 on the Nova scale on this one. Marlush is a girl. Thank you very much for submitting these cards. And Don Spaghetti 17. Thank you so much for following here on the Orbital platform. I hope you will enjoy your stay here. Though I guess not for much longer, because that wraps it up. That was our 9 groups of custom cards this day, but we are not done. That is right. We have got some more presenters showing up tomorrow and all of next weekend. So if you want to see those in the future, make sure you hit that follow button so you are notified when we go live. We've got people making custom cards for all kinds of stuff, from franchises they love to ideas that have been swirling around in their head for years looking for an outlet. It's very fun. I enjoy looking all over all these cards. And also, feel free to click a whole bunch of these other links that are showing up in chat. My YouTube is in there where I post my usual stuff. We actually just posted Zephyra Explained today, where I get my most angriest I've ever been. The Discord is there. That's where all of our community people hang out. My Twitter is there, where I usually say my inane ramblings. And of course, my Patreon is there. That is the key source of income that helps keep me solvent and makes me less reliant on YouTube as a means of income. The more support I get on Patreon, the less I have to worry about what YouTube says about my performance, which means I get to make more stuff that all of you like, which includes explained videos for things that you want to see, lore for archetypes that you want to see expounded upon, all kinds of stuff, and of course, it gets you into the custom card reviews. We have a whole other weekend planned, so it's not too late to join in. That's my shilling. Marluxia has one last thing to show me before we head out, and I would not be doing my due diligence if I did not double check that. Okay, Marluxia is doing this in the form of an orbital platform announcement. Next month, we'll see Terminal Record Revival, Terminal Record Memoria, X-Saber Potential, MX Saber Kyrillite, Branded Crash, Springans Navigator Danielle, and Branded Journey. Creating a Hungry Burger blender thing if you wanted to see. Oh, if you've got it now, then we can wait a little bit. I've got a little bit of chimpkin to eat while we wait. Delicious chimpkin. So much good chimpkin, not enough sauce to eat it all with. They never give you enough. I am tempted to pay $5 to puke my Gradius cards into the last sliver of the stream time right now. Well, Einzig, I'm gonna end the stream soon. If you join in the Patreon, we'll have to get you scheduled for a future day because I am just so tired. But there are future days, so if the temptation is strong enough and you join in, then hey, I'm certainly not gonna say no. And there'll be plenty of time to show those off. Fair enough, I could cook them for another month. That's true. That is true. I don't know if I said it gets you not behind the scenes. It gets you like early access to videos, so you know. There's a lot of value I think that comes with all of this support, and I hope you agree. The Flint related part of the set feels bad to me right now. Oh, so it's going to expand on the Flint stuff. I'd be down for that. Yeah. Yeah, check this out. Check this out. The burgers dropped. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Blender burger! Blender burger! Trying to include all the fighters, including Delta Tri and Flintlock. Hell yeah. Look at that. Look at that burger. It's got the patty. It's got the tomato. It's got the lettuce. It's got the big healthy teeth. And of course, the sign, the flag of glorious Nippon. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Bone King, excellent work. Warthog, good job. Took me the same time to make a real burger to make this one. That's cool. All right. About 15 minutes to make. Yo, that's That's kind of, considering what I've seen of Blender, just getting that together seems wacky and feels like that should take hours to put together. So good job just slapping that together in 15. Holy cow. Is it maybe too jank to make an Xyz with 3 option detach effects, which change its name to a different grade discard before resolving? I don't think that seems like the perfect kind of thing you would put on there, right? Like, using option tokens as Xyz material, I think, is against the rules, but, you know, making funny exceptions for the rules is part of the reason why we make custom cards. Or it could be. Depends on what your reasons are. But then, like, also, without breaking the rules, you can just detach it and, like, have different options. Or different effects depending on certain options. I work fast when I'm on a time crunch. Okay, like I said, that's it for me. Thank you all so much for sticking around. I super appreciate your patience with me. I know this was a little weird and late, but it's the holidays. Things are wild, so thank you for bearing with me on this one. Let's send you over to someone who is doing things right now. I see Red Claw is streaming right now. Love Red Claw. Boom, 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 boom. GG is playing stuff. Oh, there's so many good people playing stuff. Hatcher's in Japan. Well, good. Hope he's enjoying his Japan time. Later, guys need to stay up for at least another 2 hours before I can clock out. Yikes. Good luck with that. Good frickety luck. Oh, man. I think I gotta set it to a vote. I can't choose. There's so many cool people streaming right now. 1 second. Let's go. New poll. Okay, Master Duel is one of the options. Terraria. Model kit building. I think that's the 3. I'm gonna do the I don't want to do the people. I want to do the subject matter because I know I want you to stick around for what they're doing, and then you can watch some cool people you might not have seen before. Okay. Here's the 3. Just gonna be a minute, so get your votes in really quickly. Just get in there. What do you want to see? What do you want to see? We'll be on YouTube. I am going to endeavor to get this exported now, and then try to upload as soon as possible. I know I'm very bad at it, but I'm hoping it'll be up on the VOD channel soon. Okay, I'm seeing 2 for Master Duel. Same with the others you missed. I'm not sure. I think they might have been like moved out of the VODs because then I won't be able to recover them. So I don't know if I can do that. Okay, Master Duel. We're gonna go watch some Master Duel. Let's go ahead and send you over to Luca Lullaby, the pegging VTuber. I know all of you are going to enjoy the pegging. All right, there we go, folks. Folks, give Luca my best. Thank you all so much for stopping by, and I hope you all have a fantastic evening, and I'll see all of you on Saturday. Take care. Goodbye. Farewell, all of my, I don't want to say friends because it's a little too parasocial, but you know how it is.
Luca, what did you say? Nothing, honey, don't worry about it. Nothing, honey, don't worry about it. Nova, think of the raid, honey. I am definitely not building an abomination. definitely. How is your stream? Just don't look at the screen. Everything is fine. Hi.